Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck to Sim live stream. Today it's the 27th of February 2021, 3 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. A little bit earlier than usual, but we do have a monstrous epic adventure for you today. We're back in the excellent Colimata Concorde. It was only about a week and a half since we last flew it, but I didn't want to leave it so long before I forgot everything I knew about this aircraft. And we are going to be going on one of our most adventurous, challenging flights ever today. We're currently in Barbados, exactly where we were last stream in the Concorde, flying to Heathrow. Now, I've been preparing for this stream for the past 2 days, hours of training, let's say, 2 practice sectors. This is going to be an interesting one, guys. This is right on the maximum limit of the range of this aircraft. The first sector I tested a couple of days ago. The sim crashed, unfortunately. I did a test sector yesterday. Sim crashed again. I had my first successful sector this morning because I found out what was causing the crashes, I think. And I took an absolutely full tank of fuel. Literally couldn't get an extra litre of fuel in the tanks. And with everything going as smoothly as possible, no delays at the whole point, straight into Heathrow earlier, I landed with 45 minutes of fuel remaining, just 15 minutes above the final reserve. So yeah, it'll be really interesting. We're going to see how we get on later on Heathrow, because they are hosting a VATSIM event. We're going to be online today as well. Very, very challenging indeed. Who we got here then? We have Tim Waters, hope you're doing well. Finn, Joe Drange, the new moderators around here, Liam T and Petrich, hope you're all doing very well. Aaron Hastings says, good afternoon to myself and Mariana. Mariana's currently hooving the lounge. She's, I'm very happy. I'm joking. CH Sober, good afternoon. Listerman, John Panfield, Nubix here too. Davizio Busala says, hello, really nice videos and live streams. I'm also a real pilot on the 777. We have a YouTube channel. Maybe we could try and share the 737 cockpit eventually, possibly. Disvio, I kind of keep myself on myself, but I'm looking to work with some people in the future. So thank you very much for your message and welcome to the stream. Sweet. So yeah, here we are. We're in Barbados. This is the Richer Simulation scenery. Now, I don't know why I didn't purchase this before I arrived here a week and a half ago, because it was a default airport, but I thought, you know what, we're going to probably spend 30 minutes here. Let's help support a local or small scenery developer. So I purchased this the other day. I think it's too much at all. I bought it from the it wasn't the X-Plane store, I think it was the Aerosoft store or something like that. But yeah, it's a nice looking airport. Looks really nice as we approach the terminal here as well. So yes, flight time 3 hours 45 minutes. Live weather, it's really nice here in Barbados. Quite a brisk easterly wind for runway 09, but that will help for our takeoff performance. Lovely in London, really high pressure at the moment. High pressure of QNH 1040. Probably landing on the easterly runways in Heathrow this evening, runway 09. But yeah, we'll see how we get on. If we anticipate lots of delays in Heathrow on VATSIM, I'll let them know about the fuel situation. If they can't accommodate that because of the VATSIM events, we might have to log off. I cannot stress how critical this flight is. Even a delay at the whole point for departure of 10 minutes is going to put us into a really dodgy situation as we approach Heathrow. But I've been reading up a lot about Concorde in this particular sector as well. We've got another person in Concorde as well joining in on the sectors. Very, very cool. But here's our beautiful bird. Absolutely cold and dark, not done anything except attach all of the equipment. Well, for some reason the forward stairs have disappeared, so you'd have to get a step ladder, sort of similar to Lama International's boarding procedure. Get everyone to throw their bags down and just clamber up the bags there. But yeah, we're going to be taking a full load of gas today. Mach 2, hopefully as soon as you get up to 28,000 feet as well. We've got some ATC on VATSIM as well. They've already messaged, so thank you very much to you, sir, for helping me organise my departure out of here, which is going to be hopefully pretty straightforward. There we are. First fuel emergency now, pack of history, possibly Dynasty 001. If we don't get any if we get any sort of holding, it's going to really put us into an interesting situation. For example, if we arrive at Heathrow, we've pretty much got to immediately commit to landing there. We won't have enough fuel to divert. It's seriously really, really crazy how this particular flight operated. I think I looked online and saw some forum posts on Prune and stuff, and when they actually flew this particular sector with a full load of passengers, they essentially had like a fuel emergency every sector. So not a full-on fuel emergency, but any delays the hold or any go-arounds, they had to very quickly decide what their next course of action would be. So yeah, it will be very fun and interesting. But yeah, I've spent some time learning this aircraft now. By means no way an expert, but I'll hopefully able to answer any questions you have about it. But massive thank you as well to Ray Proudfoot, who commented on the last video we did in Concorde. He's got thousands of hours flying, I think, Concorde Sims. Gave me some great tips, which I'm going to be applying today with regards to the supersonic and subsonic cruise and descent. So hopefully it'll be a little bit more realistic there. Cool, so we'll turn the music down here slightly. Let's just, for a little bit of immersion, get that air stairs connected again. I don't know why that disconnected. Does it say stairs ready? I'll just cycle it. Let's see if we've actually got some stairs now. There we are. We've reattached them. We've got the red carpet out for Alpaca Executive Concorde flight. But unbelievably, only 15 passengers today, guys, because I need to keep this weight down for the fuel burn. Thank you very much, 787 Dream, for the $2. He says, love your streams, good luck on the flight. Thank you very much, 787. Dream will be needing all the luck we can get on this sector, that's for sure. Right, let's get the show on the road. So here's our checklist. That's the external walk around. I've already done the safety inspection checklist to make sure the aircraft is configured for that phase, and we're going to go straight into the preliminary cockpit checklist. So we just jumped into the flight deck. So if this is the first time you see me streaming Concorde, there are some functions you need to do on the engineering panel to configure the aircraft, but in flight, the fuel balancing is managed by the engineer, which is great because we want to concentrate as pilots on flying the aircraft, let the engineer managing the fuel load. You know, I don't know if you can actually control it manually yet with this aircraft, but I'm quite happy that Jim, the engineer, and Jim, the first officer, will be keeping a close eye on me today. Right, so imagine we check the technical log. We'll put the ground power on, so we'll close that. Main batteries can come on now. 1, 2, you can see it's all doing its self-tests here. I think I've already pre-fueled the aircraft. Got to make sure prior to pushback I do have literally as much fuel in this aircraft as possible. But no cheating, I'm not going to pause the fuel or add fuel on the flight. We're going to do everything as realistically as possible. Equipment bay cooling, we shall now turn on. And we have oxygen panel set, drain mast heaters to on. They are up here. That's that done. INS 1, 2 and 3 to align. So the first step I'm going to do here is turn on the 3 INSs. So standby, standby, standby initially. Bring up the Seaver INS, move this one to standby, and we'll just update our position right now. So I've already got our charts all selected here. We're on stand 10 in Barbados. You can see there's the stand number straight ahead. Right on the corner of the terminal. And stand 10, we just need our coordinates for this stand. So 9 through 11, here we go. So it's going to be north 13047. Insert, and then it's going to be west. Has it taken the west? I think it did. There we go. West 059 and 29.3. So 059 29.3 insert. There we are. So we told the INS our position. We'll move that to a line. We'll close that for now. And we'll move over here to the engineers panel and move these switches to a line as well. So 1, 2, 3. There we go. Interesting. Hello, complicated airplane lol. Yes, interesting username. So, greetings from Nairobi, Kenya, my captain. Hello to you, Kyoko. Thank you very much. From someone from Nairobi. That's really cool. Hawaii 345 and Jamlin. Thank you both so much for your 4 stripes. I've noticed you've had a year as a membership as well. To yourself as well, Will, quite recently. So thank you very much to all 3 of you for your year's membership to the channel. That's massively appreciated. John Padfield, 15 passengers. Hope the ticket price is at least 10 grand to cover the fuel bill. It could be a bit more than that, but yeah, all the Concorde flights we've done so far, we take a kind of like a modest passenger load, but this one is so critical, guys. From the test sectors, I can't believe how much little fuel we have. But it'll be a good opportunity approaching London to discuss the process when you find yourself in a situation low in fuel. In reality, you pack on plenty, but on an aircraft like this, on this length sector, which is its maximum range, there is no room for manoeuvre. We're going to be taking as much fuel as we can. Cool, right, so we've done the INS. Air data computers can come on. They are down here. 1, 2. Emergency equipment's checked. No smoking and fasten seatbelt sign can come on as well. That's here. There we go. And there you can see, look, the fuel, 95,346. I think I can actually get a little bit more on than that. Honestly, I'm going to take as much as I can. And it's just... with just below the maximum takeoff weight because we're only taking 15 passengers. I'm so 40, concerned with this today. 30, 20, 10. Thank you very much, Pete S, for the £5. I'm listening in.
I have been waiting for a gliding video for ages. Thank you for accommodating within this. Well, no, by the way, gliders do not need landing gear either.
Thank you very much, PS, for the £5. If you've been wanting a gliding video for ages, amazing, hilarious. That's just brilliant. Oh, by the way, gliders do need landing gear either. Yeah, I might have forgotten to lower the landing gear on a few test sectors. I don't know what it is with this aircraft. I'm so busy. I keep forgetting to lower the landing gear. It's quite critical, I know, but everything's out of sequence. There's no flaps. You just find yourself on the approach there. But no plans of gliding today. Touch wood. We'll hopefully have no issues as well. Paul as well. Let's hope there's no sudden headwinds either. Oh, stop it! I think usually with the prevailing wind we'd have a favourable wind, but the winds, I don't think there's any favourable winds today. So yeah, it's going to be critical. But yeah, I can't get any more fuel in. That is as much as I can squeeze into my tanks. 95 tons. My oh my. Right, that's all the aircraft configured here. Before I just start, master CBs can come on. That's all these switches here. Decided last minute to run the stream 2 hours behind live time as well. That'll ensure a nice sunset arrival into Heathrow. If we go completely live, it'll be pitch black there. So we are 2 hours behind live time today in the sim, ladies and gentlemen. Oxygen's checked 100%. It is DV windows are closed. Flight control inverter switches are on. They are. We'll just put the guard down. They are all on. Anti-stall system was next. That's on. Radio INS switch to radio. We'll be using INS quite quickly after departure because we'll be straight over the Atlantic. But we'll leave it in radio for now. We have the Grantley Adams VOR tuned, which is the VOR on the station. Instrument transfer switches are set. Altimeters are set. The QNH right now in Grantley Adams Barbados is 1016. So we'll set that now. 1016 1016. Cool, that's set. Audio panel COM1 is on, so we'll turn the radios on now. There we are. Nav radio is set, so whilst we get the nav radio set here, it's a good time to actually set the MCP for departure as well. So we're going to put the auto throttle to 250 knots, which will be our initial climb speed, so that's set to 250. Runway QDM here is 091 degrees, so I'm going to pull that out because I want to be maintaining a heading initially. And our initial track is going to, we'll see what we get for our clearance, but hopefully it'll be an omnidirectional departure, so climb straight ahead and then turn to the first waypoint. And our initial magnetic track is 050, so if there's a bit of a delay doing that, we can intercept the radial from Grantley Adams 050, which heads us towards our first oceanic entry point with New York, which is a waypoint called Fist, so that's tuned for that. We won't set gyms. And I'll just set that to 10,100 to remind myself, but we don't actually yet have the departure clearance. So that's the MCP all set. Next we have the brakes. Verify they're parked. They're in park. They are. Parking brake is set. Nav lights as required. So we better put the nav lights on. There we go. Throttle masters alternate. So throttle masters alternate. Oops, I've just unassigned my view here, guys. Hold on, let me just reassign my view for this part of the overhead panel. There we go. Throttle master alternate is set. Ground hydraulic checkout yellow off. That's on the engineers panel. It's yellow and off. Fuel heaters are in auto. They are here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Engine recirc valves are shut. And secondary air doors are in the auto position. Secondary air doors auto. Batteries already on. Perfect. Now we've come up to the point where we load up our routing. So, guys, if you have social media, if you check out my Instagram page, you will see a map of our routing with all of the INS programmed waypoints through 1 to 9, or 8 in this case. And you'll see where we're going to be geographically for each one I program. Thank you very much, 787 Dream, for the $2. He said, how long is this flight? Flight's going to be around 3 hours 45 minutes. It can't be much longer because we'll run out of fuel. So yes, we are. Thank you very much, 787 Dream. That's it. But yeah, feel free to leave in the comment section any questions. I'll try and get back to you. Don't feel like you have to donate each time, buddy. Abbas, thank you very much. Sorry, why am I saying thank you? But thank you. No VATSIM today. We are online. We are currently on VATSIM. You can see there is another Concorde here, which is pretty cool. I believe that's one of the members we had a discussion this morning say we can't hold each other up on the pushback or departure because it's going to be really critical for fuel. But yeah, hopefully we'll be arriving around the same time, which is going to be pretty awesome. Yeah, so check out Instagram for the flight plan information. I do have the OFP here. Oh, no I don't, just give me 2 seconds guys, because I completely forgot to put in the new flight plan in the charts folder. Give me 2 seconds. There we go. That's done. Cool. So here's the OFP. So basically what I've done on Instagram, I've printed out this picture of our routing. So yeah, straight out of Barbados, right over the Atlantic. We're crossing New York Oceanic, Santa Maria Oceanic and Shamwick Oceanic, and then we'll enter UK airspace here. The idea is this is actually based off the original Concorde routing from Barbados to the UK. I've jigged it slightly just to ensure that the waypoints are oceanic entry points, which helps with ETAs. And the idea is we're going to stay supersonic as long as possible. If we descend and start slowing down a little bit early, you're going to use too much fuel. So yeah, I've practiced it 3 times now, so I've got a good point to start descending now. So practice makes perfect, as they say. So yeah, just bear with me guys, because I'm actually going to put in all these INS waypoints. I'll bring up the OFP here so you can kind of see which waypoints I'm punching in, but I have it printed out in front of me with the coordinates highlighted, because there's a little bit of a bug here with SimBrief with one of the coordinates, which I'll show you when I get to it, waypoint number 7. So yeah, this bit's a bit boring, but it's all part of the process of learning this aircraft. So first waypoint we're going to put in is at furthest, which is here. I'm going to go to waypoint number 1, and then we'll put the coordinates here. So furthest is north 18, all the zeros, insert west, and it's 56, and 1, 2, 3, 0, so 056, insert. Waypoint number 2 is this one, just here. So that's north 24,
request clearance to Heathrow.
0, insert, and then west, it's 5.
Alpha 46, Adams approach,
1, 2, 3,
hello.
4.
Is the information Oscar current, would you like to receive clearance now or after push and start?
I would like to receive it now, and for your information, the 8 isn't up. I don't know if it's on my end.
Cool. That's Freckles, one of our other members, which is pretty cool, joining us here. Ah, look, that's throwing me now, because I can't remember where I was with putting the INS waypoint in. Wait, waypoint number 2, 050, insert. Yeah, that's correct. 1, 2, perfect. So no I don't like any distractions whilst I'm doing this. Right, waypoint number 3 is north 34. All the zeros. Insert west 4. All the zeros. Now, did I do that right? Yes, 2. Be very careful with this. 3, 34, 04. Perfect. Waypoint number 4 then. Put it at the top for you guys. North 41, that one there. I'll be looking back at chat because you guys are usually my eyes and ears if I accidentally put a wrong coordinate. If you put one wrong coordinate in, or northwest or south or east, you could end up trying to navigate to the other side of the world. So you've got to be very careful with this. So north 41, insert west 3, and then 4 zeros. So 030, insert waypoint number 5, north 45, insert west 2, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 020, insert. And then it's TACAS, waypoint number 6. That's the point at which we leave Shamwick and enter London airspace. So that's going to be north 49. All the zeros, insert, and then west 8. 1, 2, 3, insert. Perfect. So next page. Now this waypoint is an interesting one. Okay. ORTAC. And what SimBrief has done, ORTAC is being generated as north 49 degrees and 60 minutes. Now, 60 minutes, every 1 degree of latitude is 60 minutes. So north 49, 60 is the same as north 50. Now, what I realised on the test sector was, when I put the coordinates in for north 4960 in INS, it started throwing a bit of a wobbly, and it went from 4960 to 50 automatically, then started flashing. I left it, and then as soon as I got over to ORTAC on the test sector, it crashed. The whole of X-Plane crashed. So instead of putting in north 4960, what I'm going to do is put in, for waypoint number 7, north 50. And that's exactly the same as north 4960. I just think the way SimBrief's formatted it, I think it's just rounded in some sort of way, because the actual exact minutes seconds is something like 49 degrees, 58 minutes and 10 seconds or something. So it's just rounded in a bit of a strange way. So I'm going to put in north, not 4960, but 50. Okay, so 5 and then all the zeros, and that's exactly the same as north 4960. So that's been inserted. It likes that a lot more than the other coordinate. And then west 002 003 002 insert. Penultimate waypoint now is going to be Hazel. Should then already be on their arrival at that point, but we'll put them in just in case. So Hazel is north 51 003, insert west, all the zeros 59.1, insert. Then lastly I'm going to put in Ockham, the VOR, which is going to be our arrival. So that is now set up for number 9. So north 51.18.3, insert, and then it's west. All the zeros 26.8, so 000 26.8. Insert. Done, guys. Thanks a lot for your patience. So yeah, it does take a bit of time with the INS waypoint. This is how the guys did it. You then cross-chat that with the pilot monitoring, make sure the coordinates are all in correctly. I think nav, we can now select nav, so everything's loaded up here, and we're going to put the INS to nav. Move that to distance time. That makes sense. 357 miles. The first waypoint on the flight plan is 350 something miles or something like that. Yeah, so that's 353. There we are. So that makes sense. So that's the nav. But most importantly, in Concorde, make sure the lights are green, which they are, and move the 3 INSs to nav as well. Good. So we're doing well, guys. INS is loaded. So ASI bugs are set. Oh, I don't want Microsoft Cortina. Thankfully you can set these here and it'll set all the bugs for you. I think all takeoffs in Concorde were, if they were not full dry power, they had reheat on, so it's pretty simple. Just got to set the speeds, and thankfully they're going to be based off the gross weight. There's no obstacles for departure here, so they're set, and we'll use these speeds and Jim will call them out. Pitch index will set to around 20 degrees. That'll be our initial target pitch attitude to smoothly accelerate to 250 knots, so we can set that to 20. There we go. Whilst we're at it, I'm going to set the VS to 2000 if I need to select vertical speed. But I'm going to climb out with max climb once we get up at flight level 100. So pitch engine is set, ASI bugs are set, clock set to chrono. It's not modelled, it just shows you how long the sim's been running, unfortunately. Takeoff briefing is stated, and then we're pretty much ready for the push and start here, guys. So we'll just do a little bit of a briefing here. We're good for time. We're due off in 5 minutes. So here's the airport chart. We're on stand 10, pushback to face west, all the way length, full length Bravo for runway 09. Surface wind 09020, straight down the runway, nice headwind to help with our performance. There's no SIDS here, guys, so what we're going to be doing is request anomaly directional departure, probably climb up runway heading to a set height, and then immediate left turn en route to our first waypoint, which is Fist. Now, thankfully, I do have my Navigraph charts here to show you. There we go. So we're going to be runway heading straight ahead, and then this is a 050 radial from the VOR to our first waypoint, which is the Oceanic entry waypoint for New York Oceanic. So hopefully we'll be supersonic in the climb by that point there. Excellent. So that's the briefing done. Nice and simple. I like departing airports like this. It's not too much to worry about. Now's a good time to grab our departure clearance.
Oscar. Alpaca 1 Alpha Victor, Adams approach, hello again. You are cleared to Heathrow after departure runway 09.
Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
And after that, it'll be left turn and direct to your first waypoint, then flight plan route, initially climbing flight level 240, squawk 2741.
That's a nice clearance, so we'll put a pushback on its way now.
Clear to Heathrow, runway 09, climb out from the VOR 70 ME, then a left turn onto your first waypoint, initial climb to flight level
Ground cockpit, those driving up.
Just realised my anti-collision lights are on.
Alpaca Concorde 1 Alpha Victor.
Alpaca 1 Alpha Victor, correct, call for push.
We'll call for push, Alpaca Concorde 1 Alpha Victor.
I don't know if you can... Oops. I don't know if you can actually directly control the volume in Concorde, unfortunately. But 129350 is the frequency, and we'll grab our clearance now. Barbados Tower, hello, it's Alpaca Concorde 01 Charlie, stand 10, request departure clearance to London Heathrow, please.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, Adams approach, hello, you clear to Heathrow after departure, runway 09er, fly runway heading until 70 and E from the Adams VOR, then left turn direct fist, initially climbing flight level 240, squawk 2703.
Clear to Heathrow,
Okay, all
climb
doors
straight
and
ahead,
hatches are closed.
runway
Ready to
heading to
connect.
70 and E, the left turn direct fist, climb flight level 240, squawk 2703, Alpaca Concorde 01 Charlie.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, correct, information Oscar, QNH 1016, call for push.
We'll go Alpaca 01 Charlie. Excellent, so we have our departure clearance.
Can we, can the pushback truck
So-
turn out to the runway holding point of safety?
Flight level 240.
Alpaca 1 Alpha Victor, that shouldn't be a problem.
It's 240 set, runway heading as well, and the squawk is 2703. So I'm just going to see what the position is with the other guys, because, as I mentioned before, you do not want to be on this sector waiting around with the
Still
engines running
connected
quite a
and
bit here.
bypass been inserted. Release parking brake.
So I wasn't going to put the altitude reporting on, it's a bit early, but for mode C on VATSIN they want to see that. Anyway, we're not quite done, so we've got the pushback connected anyway. Takeoff briefing stated. Start clearance will be the next thing we obtain, so now we can disconnect everything except the GPU and the air card, which is what we need for our engine start.
50, 40, 30.
Thank you very much,
20,
David Dillon, for the
10.
$5.
Saw the BA Concorde when in England. It left 3 hours after us and landed 1 hour before us.
Amazing.
I would have given valuable body parts to be on it.
David Dillon, thanks a lot for the $5. You saw BA Concorde in England, left 3 hours after us and landed 1 hour before us. I would have given valuable body parts to see it. Unbelievable, David. Well, I wouldn't perhaps given any body parts, but I would have loved to have had the opportunity to have flown in Concorde, as most of you, I'm sure, in chat would also agree with. What a fantastic aircraft it was. Well, I should say is, but amazing. Thank you so much for your donation. Very, very funny. Oh, don't forget to close the side panels, Petrich. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. And what I was going to do as well, check here before you push start to make sure your panels are closed. Yes, I did click those open just before we got going there. Well done to you. There we are. Thanks, Petrich. Please, guys, keep it up. All eyes and ears today. Perfect. Right. Let's see what the situation is with the other guys. I might just... we're good for time here. Would you offer another minute? There's one Concorde here and one over there. I might request engine start on stand now. I think we're all good to go here, and hopefully there won't be too much of a delay taxiing. Right, so start clearance obtained. Just before I do that, I'm going to get the master warning tested. As I said before, I don't want to hear any of this during the test, the flight today. There we are. So master warning is tested. Anti-collision light can come on. Throttles are idle. They are. Engine feed pumps can now.
Alpaca Concorde 1 Alpha Victor, ready for push and start.
Alpaca 1 Alpha Victor, stand 9 push and start is approved, runway 09.
So we'll request engine start now. We'll be ready for push and start once we've had 2 good engine starts, and then we'll request our push and start as well. So we're all good. So that's done. Next is
So
the
just to
engine
be
start
clear,
itself.
we are clear to immediately get pushed out to the runway holding point.
Someone's getting pushed to the whole point.
Packer 1 Alpha Victor, you can push, and then as soon as you're ready to actually get pulled by the tug, I'll give you clearance for that.
Avi's,
thanks.
Avi,
Okay.
one of our members, is really taking the fuel situation critically. He's getting pushed all the way to the whole point. Wasn't that bad, I don't think, but fair enough. Cool. Petrich, the engineers panel is so much nicer with the 1.5 update. Yeah, there's a lot more illuminated now, and I think a little bit more functionality. But thankfully, there's enough functionality and automation to allow the engineer to deal with the configuration. Thank you very much to KSMoan84. Welcome aboard as a member. Glad you joined the content. You'll get invited to our members-only Discord to join your custom emojis and chat as well. Thank you very much, buddy. Excellent. Right, so... yeah, just to show you as well, before I request engine start here, look. It's so critical. I've gone really stingy with the passenger load today. Where is it? No, it's at the flight preparation. There we are, 15 passengers. No, nothing in the cargo hold, literally. All the weight is fuel. I know for a fact that I was reading in Pete Brune about this particular sector. Now, I could take a full load of passengers. I'd happily do that. But the thing is, on VATSIM, there's a really busy VATSIM event, and I'm pretty certain Concorde got preferential treatment back then because they knew if they stuck Concorde in a hold or had to go around, it would be a critical fuel situation for them. So I'm helping myself out here by taking as light a payload as possible, maximum fuel on this sector, and yeah, there's a test sector I did this morning. I landed with 40 minutes of fuel remaining without any delays or anything, so yeah. I like to test myself. Listener, so are you fully fueled, or would that be over maximum takeoff weight? With this passenger load, Listener, not a problem. Just show you here, we are fully fueled. Literally cannot get another kilo or litre in here. There's not even point for the engineer to move the fuel around, he can't. But if you go here to the aircraft, and I think it is here, yeah, maximum takeoff weight is 185 tonnes, current gross weight is 175. So I could take a few more passengers, 10 tonnes. I could take, but yeah, with a full tank of fuel like this, I don't think I could fully load Concorde at all, but I've had to make that sacrifice today. Right, let's just have a look around here. Right, guys are pushing back. He's getting pushed back. He's already got 2 engines started. I think we're fine now to request engine start on stand, so let's request that now. Is it actually Grantley Adams Tower, or is it Barbados Tower? Let's try and get it correct. It's Adams Tower. And Adams Tower, Alpaca 01 Charlie, request engine start on stand, please.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, roger, start is approved, call for push.
Start approved, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Right, we're all
Alpaca 01 Charlie, there shouldn't be any delay.
Roger, thank you. Oh, that's great. Thank you very much, Darren.
Alpaca Concorde 1 Alpha Victor, we are ready for a taste runway.
Perfect. So yeah, you can see I'm taking this really critical because I just can't waste any fuel. Excellent. Let's get these engines started then. So air bleed control open. We'll open it on all the engines. Cross bleed 1, 2, 3, and 4 open. Engine 3 starter open. So how it works is on the ground here. There's no APU in Concorde, so they have to use both conditioned air and a GPU and start 2 engines on stand. Once one engine started, that engine you can use to cross bleed start the other engines as well. So we can get rid of the air starter after the first one, and then the GPU after the second one. Right, here we go then. I think you guys want to go outside for this, of course. So we'll move this to start. Here we go. Waiting for N2 of 12%. Oh, cracking, we're well above that already, so there we are. Start. Have a listen to this then. Amazing. Every time. Oh, why is IS hold blinking? I might have accidentally clicked that. Right, that's engine number 3 all started. Let's go over here to the checklist then. So we can remove the air conditioning. So that is here. conditioning. There we are. Air conditioning's disconnected. Engine 3 condition valve can come on, which is here. Blue hydraulic pumps can come on. And electric generator number 3 can come on. And air bleed control can be closed. And then repeat for engine number 2, so exactly the same. Start. For 12% N2. There we are, 12% N2. And back to start. Someone said, can you fly the Tupolev 144 sometime? I've not flown that one. I've flown the TU 154, but not the 144. I'll have a look at it. Someone just said I forgot the crossbeams can be closed. Thank you very much, Warhawks. There, yeah, I forgot to close the crossbeam on that one. Well spotted, buddy. Thank you. So that's started now on engine number 2. So engine 3 or engine 2 condition valve now can come on. And once that's done, blue hydraulic pumps we've done. Elec generator number 2 can come on, which is this one. Air bleed control close and cross bleed closed, and now we can turn the green hydraulic pumps on to engine starts on 2 and 3, so that's now on and closed. Visor to down, so we're going to select 5 degrees for departure. Remove the GPU. Which is under aircraft, ground GPU. Self-sufficient now. Pushback start, and then we'll start engine 1 and 4. So we can now request push and start. Yes. Alpaca 01 Charlie, request push and start, runway 09 now.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, Roger, stand 10, push and start is approved, face west.
Push start approved, face west, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Superb, right, push start approved, release parking brake, and now let's start engine 1 and 4.
Starting pushback.
Excellent. So, starting engine number 4, we'll go for that one first. Waiting for 12% N2.
Alpaca 1 Alpha Victor is at holding point Bravo. We'll call you back when outboard engines are stopped.
Alpaca 1 Alpha Victor, Roger.
Look at the engine instruments for... If you're enjoying the outside view, we'll do it for engine number 1, but let's monitor the instruments for here. So, with the engine start, like ready. It's open engine, yeah, make sure the N2's rising smoothly. EGT isn't rapidly rising, indicating a hot start. I mean, look at this aircraft. Each engine's burning a ton of fuel an hour, just sat there. So it's about 4.5 tons an hour. Basically, Concorde sat on the ground with idle power 4 engines running. It's burning twice the amount of fuel a 737 does in the cruise. It's crazy when you think about it like that. So wait for the annunciation strand for engine number 4. We start engine number 1. There we are. Looks all good. And again, just repeat those steps up here. If you're not sure, just monitor the checklist. That's exactly what we'd be doing in real life, completing the flows, checking the checklist. But it's such a complex aircraft, this one. So engine number 4, condition valve on, cruise crossbeam valve, and bleed control, and we put the generator on the bus as well. Perfect, and now we just have to start engine number 1. There she goes. There's 12%. Fuel's coming in. parking brake is set.
Disconnecting though. Stand by.
Excellent. Right. Whilst he's doing that, I'm going to carry on with the rest of the checklist so we can minimise the amount of time with the engines running. So, going back into the conditioning panel here, so we can close that, condition valve on, close the cross-feed valve, generators on, and yellow hydraulics on with the guards closed. Perfect. Disconnect. Emergency hydraulic generator to ground bypass. Electrical solid SSB is closed. Shed galleys 1, 2, 3 and 4 on, and the water heater is on. Engine 1, 2, 3, 4 is running. Nose wheel steering's checked. We'll check the flight controls now as well.
Those disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Sounds a bit Dutch. There's the elevons moving. And here comes the rudder. Full right and full left. So that's done. Engine anti-ice off. Engine control scheduled to fly over. There we are. I think that switch goes to low. It does. Engine feed pumps check all on. They are with no lights. And hydraulics checked. So 4,000 psi for the Concorde systems. They're all in the green. Everything's within the green zones. Nothing's exceeded. Electronics checked. All IDGs are connected to the aircraft and with no warning lights as well. Nose set to 5 degrees. Trim is set for takeoff. Taxi clearance obtain. Right. We'll do that now. Start moving, and then I'll start configuring the checklist there. Alpaca 01 Charlie, request taxi.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, taxi by Alpha, hold Bravo.
Taxi, hold point Alpha, and hold Bravo, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Wasn't sure about that clearance there. So Alpha Bravo is the hold point, perfect. So release parking brake, there's no config.
Alpaca Concorde 1 Alpha Victor, we're ready for departure.
Excellent.
Alpaca 1 Alpha Victor, high-speed climb approved, runway 09, wind 090 degrees.
So high-speed climb approves great, that means you go straight to 350 knots. So 250. And we're on our way. 94.9 tons of fuel left, 94,800 kilos. That is all going to go very, very quickly. So quite unusual in Barbados, they've got a white taxi line here. Thanks, Paul, as I saw that. Cheers, buddy. And we can now start doing the taxi checklist. So, engine, taxi lights as required. So that was a bit of a whoopsie there. Don't forget to turn the taxi lights on before you start moving. Now, they're very bright in the sim here. So I just use the taxi lights, not the landing lights. So we'll put those on.
50, 40, 30, 20,
there we go.
10.
Thank you very much, Adam45, for the £2 there. I'll just read the alerts now. Thank you very much. I flew on Concorde in real life, but I was 3. That's very cool, Aiden45. I don't know if you can remember much of that experience, but wow, I can't believe there's many people that can claim to that. So I hope you had a great time when you were 3 on Concorde. Thank you very much. Awesome. Yes, let's carry on with this checklist then. So, taxi lights as required, engine rating mode, takeoff is set. Engine rating mode is... Here we are, takeoff is set. And auto ignition on. Auto throttle on. Engine rating is set to climb. Pressure static heaters are on. ADS engine probe heaters are all on, they are here. Engine number 4, N1, takeoff limit to 88%, just make sure we're going in a straight line. There goes AV, safe flight, we'll be right behind you. That'd be a lot louder in real life. Here it is, engine thrust is limited to engine number 4 until 100 knots. And there's a little switch here to make sure that is the case. It is here, there you go, you can see it's set to 80%. Oh, it's so... This is the thing, it's very hard to taxi whilst doing the job of the engineer. Previous streams, I actually was waiting to configure this before taxiing, but this will probably save me a ton of fuel doing it this way.
1 Alpha Victor, safe passing altitude.
D-Air tank 611-878-1058 on. So that
1 Alpha Victor, thanks for
that
switch. Climb flight level 240.
These switches... And there's another one here. There we are. D-Air tank pumps are all set there. It is not easy. Inlet valves are all in auto. I know that's the case. And that's it. Before takeoff checklist is complete. So just before we get our clearance and line up here, so transponders set, takeoff clearance obtained. Landing lights as required, so we're not going to turn them on today. Parking brake will then set just before we blast off. Turn on the takeoff monitor. Reheat switches are set. They're already on to reheat here by default. So these are the switches here, which I have assigned to a shortcut. There we are. It's reheat set. So we'll do a little self-takeoff briefing here. We're going to line up with the runway, set the parking brake, do the countdown, 3, 2, 1, full power with reheats. We're going to rotate at 188 knots, climb up initially to maintain 250 knots, and then wait until we're 7 DME. We've got the time here. As soon as we're at 7 DME, we'll update the INS waypoint, make a left turn inbound to Fist, which is the first oceanic entry point, and then we're going to climb all the way up, unrestricted to flight level 240. We'll briefly level off at 280, just to set up the aircraft for the supersonic climb. Be less than a minute, and then off we go. We're going to probably be going Mach 1 around 15 minutes after departure. It's going to be very quick. So that's it, guys. If you're ready to go, I'll tell ATC we're ready for departure. Alpaca 01 Charlie approaching hold point Bravo. We're ready for departure.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, roger. High speed climb approved. Runway 09, wind 090 degrees 23 knots. Clear takeoff.
Runway 09 cleared for takeoff and high speed climb approved. Alpaca 01 Charlie. Excellent. Right, so with Concorde, don't forget the nose wheel is quite a distance behind the flight deck here, so you kind of overshoot the line here. I'll try and demonstrate it here with a 90-degree line up on the runway. So we'll just get lined up, get the parking brake set, and then the takeoff monitor on as well. And we'll be blasting off. Guys, Toga's in chat. It's just Concorde, even if it's a simulator, it still gives you a little bit of goosebumps. Ooh, right, I can't have done anything as efficient as we've already done so far. We've saved as much fuel as we need. So we're all the way over here before turning, probably overshot slightly there.
1 Alpha Victor, high speed climb approved.
High speed climb approved. Alpaca Concorde 1 Alpha Victor.
Gonna get confusing with these call signs. Oh, look at that line up. Very happy with that. Okie dokie then. So let's get the parking brake set, bring it to a stop. Oh, why is the parking brake not setting? There we are. Parking brake's now set. Takeoff monitor is on. We're all ready to go, guys. So we've been cleared for takeoff. Just make sure I've not forgotten anything. Landing lights. Takeoff monitor set, reheat set, parking brake release, and we'll be on our way. Make a note of the takeoff time. So that's 13:51 Zulu. 2 hours behind light time. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
3, 2, 1, now.
There we are. Full power. Reheats coming in. There's the reheats. Takeoff thrust set.
Airspeed building.
That's checked, Jim, thanks. There's 80 knots.
100 knots.
Checked.
Power set. V1.
So hand off the thrust levers.
Rotate.
Up we go. 2 to 2.5 degrees per second. Maybe a bit different in Concorde. Anyway, look, we're airborne. And smoothly pitch up to maintain 250. Gears coming up.
Gear coming up.
A little bit high on the attitude there. And there we are. We're airborne. We're going to climb straight ahead till 7 DME now.
Gear up. Doors locked.
So there's 250. High speed climbs approved. So I'm just going to keep this attitude to wait till we get to around 350. I'm going to retract the visor already.
If possible, we'd like to get to the runway and start our engines at the hold point if that's possible.
3, 2,
Alpaca 46, that's not a problem.
Reheats off for noise.
Squawk 2732.
We'll squawk 2732 and push
There's 300 knots.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, report passing altitude.
Alpaca 01 Charlie passing 3,300 feet.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, thanks, identified.
Perfect. So a little bit sensitive in pitch here, so I'm going to get the automation in now.
350 knots.
It's very, very tricky with the nav ball here in trim here. So, autopilot in, flight directors on, out acquire, vertical speed. Ooh, speed's ran away a little bit there. Whoops.
Wrong fuel trim. Should I change?
Yes, Jim. I told you this aircraft is so busy. Ah, dear, a little bit fast there. So, just missed the speed. It is so tough, this aircraft. I had to just kick a little bit of power off there. Right, bring the speed back to 350 knots. There's 7 DME, so I'm going to start that initial left turn now. Track heading. Takeoff monitor can come off as well. There we are. So water throttle's maintaining 350 knots. So I can now go to max climb, and the aircraft will pitch at 350. And I'm going to set full climb power here now as well. Disconnect the auto throttle
off.
And it's like level change now. The aircraft's going to pitch to maintain 350. Let's update the INS as well. So that's going to be waypoint change 01. INS. We're inbound to our first waypoint, which is fist, and now in max climb the aircraft is configured to fly at the best kind of speed for whatever the aircraft is, and we want to climb as fast as possible as well, get up to our point at which we can go supersonic, otherwise we're going to be wasting too much fuel. Yes, trim to flight, that is quite correct. There we are. It's very difficult to keep on top of this. There you are, look at us go now, like a rocket. Right, we'll retract the lights. Let's just do the after takeoff checklist here. So after takeoff climb rate's checked. It's now the correct mode. Engines are checked. Everything's running. We are only burning 40 tons of fuel an hour, ladies and gentlemen. Standard set now. So climbing straight up to a flight level 1013 coming in onto the altimeter. So 1013 set. 1013 set. S-beam and pitch is checked. Fuel is trimmed to flight. External lights are now off. Nose and visor.
Contact Piarco 123.
Takeoff monitors off. Altitude is checked. Climb rate's checked. Master warning panels checked. We have no master caution lights on. Reheats are off. Adjust pitch. Climb rate. Fuel trim for flight. Again, checking that. Climb checklist. Climb rate is checked. Yes, we're in max climb. That's the mode we want. Maintaining our most optimal climb up to flight level 240. Airspeed and pitch checked. Engines checked. Master warning panel is checked again. Lots of, it's the same checklist essentially. And then next is accelerating to Mach 2. Amazing. And this is no reheats, guys. And we're climbing up. I don't know if it's a little excessive, but we're so heavy already. But we're going straight up as to our
20,000 feet.
01 Charlie, contact Piarco 123.7. Have a good one.
123.7. Thanks a lot for the ATC. Alpaca 01 Charlie. Bye. Cool. Unfortunately, the radio tuning panel does not work in Concorde. Radar, good day. Alpaca 01 Charlie. Climbing flight level 240. Inbound to Fist.
Alpaca 01 Charlie. Piarco, good morning. Radar contact. Climb flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370 and passing 280, we cleared to climb supersonic.
Affirm.
Thank you. So it's a little bit non-standard here because usually
I
I think...
have some inbound traffic, so once you guys clear that, then we'll get you sorted.
Roger, Alpaca 01 Charlie. So what usually happens with Concorde is...
Alpaca Concorde 1 Alpha, request supersonic climb to flight level 600.
What usually happens with Concorde is they level off at 280, get ready for the supersonic climb and then go straight up.
Supersonic climb flight level 600 is approved.
Supersonic climb flight level.
No, he did say there's some traffic here, so what I might do, because actually it's a little bit non-standard for me here, is actually just bring the vertical speed down a little bit here, just so we're near, just climbing very shallow here, and I'm going to bring the speed up to Mach decimal 9.5, and then as soon as we get clearance for supersonic climb, again, I'll request that too. And Alpaca 01 Charlie, I understand you said there's some traffic, but when available, request supersonic climb to block 500 to 600.
Roger, have your request.
Perfect. So not much I can do. This is really bad. This is going to make me burn a lot of extra fuel, unfortunately. But I've got to accommodate for the amount of traffic. We're going for the most optimal subsonic speed, which is decimal 9.5. I'm going to maintain that speed until we get our supersonic climb. And just maintain a kind of like a steady climb rate here as well. Uh-oh. Get out of the way. This is really inefficient.
01 Charlie, supersonic climb between block 500 and 600 is approved.
Supersonic climb, flight level 500, 600 approved. Thank you, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Excellent, guys. So let's do this. Flight level 600 set. Just need to bring up the speed a little bit here. In fact, I don't actually need to worry about that here because we're just be going a little bit faster. I'm just going to go full dry thrust here. Bring the speed up to 0.95. That won't take long, and we'll go straight into it. So, disconnect auto throttle, apply full dry power, which I have done. Reheat in pairs. I'm just going to engage max climb first. And this is to ensure it's nice and smooth for the passengers. So, we'll do the inners first. There we are. And then the outers. And we've got 4 reheats engaged, and we're going to go straight through Mach 1. Here we go.
30,000 feet. Mach 1 pass.
There we are, we're supersonic straight into that. Look at us go. Amazing. I just love this. I think well, we can't have been much more efficient than we have been as well. Right. So I'm actually going to disengage out of quiet because the aircraft, we're likely to reach 60,000 feet because we've only got 15 passengers. You mustn't go any higher than that. So yeah, wow. Supersonic boom time, absolutely, John. There you go. That's going to be a record. Airborne at 13:51. 9 minutes after departure, we're going Mach 1. That's incredible. Now, I'd like to think when the guys departed from Barbados, they did exactly this. They were straight into the supersonic regime, because leaving Heathrow, you've got to obviously fly over Western England, get out of the way over the land. But now we're right over the sea. We can start pedalling to the metal here. You'll see, guys, we're going to try and stay on VATSIM for the entire sector, but it's going to be very critical for the fuel. It's going to be awesome. Look at that. Hour into the stream and we're already going Mach 1. Amazing. Jason, definitely improving your efficiency, or your what? Sorry, your efficiency. Did you say efficiency since the first time you flew this? It's all about practice. I mean, guys, I don't just ever stream an aircraft. I always practice the sector firsthand. Sometimes I like to challenge myself, so we do some streams where we do, for example, the most recent one I could think of was the MD-80. We did 2 really short sectors, but that was to purposely expose myself to some challenging conditions, because a lot of people, you like to see me sweat. Don't deny it. But no, I really do like to take the time preparing for all my streams. The Zebo Mod 737, not so much preparation required, because obviously I fly that aircraft, but when I fly something that I'm a little unfamiliar with, I do try to appreciate how difficult the aircraft is, or learn how to fly it. Similarly, Bob, how high can it go? Maximum service ceiling was 60,000 feet. How Concorde works is, it doesn't essentially level off for most of the flight. It just does a very gentle climb with the thrust at full power, with the reheats off. And then eventually, because we're quite light today, we've only got 15 passengers, we'll be going straight up to 60,000 feet. Maybe we'll level off there for about 15-20 minutes before descent. Oh, did I, Salim? On VATSIM, you set your cruise altitude to flight level 330. The problem is, SimBrief doesn't have a Concorde profile, so I just used one for a 7.5. You're quite right, I completely forgot to change the cruise level there.
Mach 1.3. Ramp smoothing confirmed.
Excellent. Thanks, Jim. Or what's the engineer called? Jimothy?
Bird 255, radar services terminated.
So just to show you here,
I'd like
to show you this, but it's very smart. So you can see the reheats are on full power, burning fuel. What's our fuel burn at the moment? Not wanting to look at that. Look at that, 16 tons an hour per engine. So what's 16 times 4? It's 64, isn't it? So 64 tons of fuel burnt an hour. We have 85 tons. So if we left at this power setting, we've run out of fuel in about an hour and 10 minutes. It's just unbelievable. Jimothy. Now we'll go with Jimothy, list him in. Jim and Jimothy. So yeah, if you go here to the engines, you can now see as we start going above 1.3, the ramps are beginning to close to ensure that air slows down from being supersonic, subsonic by the time it's ingested by the Olympus Rolls-Royce engines. If they're going supersonic, the engines will be flamed out, so you have to be very careful with the thrust setting.
40,000 feet.
There we go. And this initial part of the climb, supersonic, there's quite a lot of drag, but when you get above 1.6, the drag actually decreases.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you very much, Scotty2, for the £5.
Vortex plane 11 yesterday, mainly due to your streams, and love it already. A small token of appreciation.
Oh, thank you very much, Scotty2, for the £5 donation. I'm glad I got you into simming in X-Plane 11. A lot of people love Microsoft Flight Simulator. And don't get me wrong, great sim, but if you want to be flying around in aircraft like this, it's definitely the sim to go. So welcome to X-Plane 11. Glad you're enjoying it. Thank you so much for your token of appreciation. That's very kind. Now, someone's just told me we did have a member join and I missed the ding. I think that's because I had the membership's ding there. So 2 members to say thanks to. Firstly to Polish, is it Polish mate or Polish mate? Not sure. Thank you very much. Welcome on board as a member. And now at the same time to Michael Rossi. So welcome to both of you as members.
I suggest reheats off.
Thanks, Jim. So reheats off. Look, we've got plenty of extra thrust. Now there's less drag, and now we'll climb without reheats all the way between 500 and 600, and that's really helped with the fuel burn as well, obviously. So yeah, welcome both of you. You'll get invited to our members only Discord. Enjoy your custom emojis in chat as well. Thank you very much for your membership. What's the call sign? Alpaca 01 Charlie. You can see our call sign just here. So we're already supersonic. Our first waypoint will be coming up soon. So I've adjusted the times here on the operational flight plan. This is based on a 757, so put it in perspective. If we were taking a 757 today, the sector would take 8 hours and 8 minutes. Today our expected flight time is 3 hours 45, so half the time in Concorde. First waypoint here is Fist. We're going to be there 223 miles, so we'll do a time check here, but all these times are incorrect. However, I've actually printed off on my test sectors. I actually took a note of how long it took at supersonic speed to get between all the waypoints here. But yeah, it should be fine. But if any oceanic sector comes online, we'll try and do some position reports and stuff like that. Salim goes 1,000 knots, I know. 1,044 with Mach point 185 here, and you'll see the climb starting to shallow off now. What's the temperature at the nose here? 112 degrees. Concorde gets very hot because of the friction. I think the maximum temperature is 127 degrees on the nose. So yeah, when we get around an hour away from Concorde, I'll be getting you guys to find out what the situation is in Heathrow. Are there delays? Because there is a VATSIM event there this evening. It could get quite interesting. Got Alpaca 1 Alpha Victor ahead of us as well in Concorde. How fast is he going? He's doing 1,047. Amazing. T Pinky, you're not doing Black Flight Deck Sim hoodies. I basically live in mine. Need to order a new one. Oh, very cool. If you'd like a black one, Mariana deals with all the merchandise side of things. She's the one that designs them all and stuff. But if you'd like a black one, I'm sure we can arrange that
50,000 feet.
Awesome. Now, there's a few other things you need to do here. It's actually not included in the checklist there, but turn the brake fans. Oh, I forgot to turn them on. Look, whoops! But they come off at that stage, and I think this goes to normal as well, and that can go to auto as well. But yeah, the geometry is distributing the fuel. The key thing in Concorde, you've got to keep the centre of gravity within the limits. Otherwise, you're going to have stability issues, and that's the job of the engineer primarily, and the crew, apart from obviously maintaining all the systems. But it's to balance that fuel to ensure that the fuel. The engines are being fed. I think there's 11 tanks in total. There's tank 1, 2, 3 and 4 which feed directly to the engine. So the engine needs to ensure their oil is filled up, and then he needs to use the other tanks to move fuel around to ensure it's in trim, using trim tanks. So you can go here, look at this. It looks quite complex, but in theory it's quite simple how it works. So tank 1, 2, 3, 4 feed the engines directly.
30,
the fuel
20,
comes in for that fuel from these
10.
tanks, and then they use the trim tanks to keep the aircraft in balance. Thank you very much, Natural Flops, for the £5.
Have you ever needed to know that Carlisle is in Scotland,
Oh, no.
or that the capital of Lithuania is Riga? Then Alpaca Airlines has the perfect gift for you. Purchase the flight deck to sim. Atlas in the merchandise store now.
Thank you very much, Nature Flops. We're also doing a promotion with that at the moment where you get some colouring crayons as well, so you can colour the countries into. Very funny, whoever you are, not Nature Flops. Unbelievable. I might have had a slight issue remembering what countries we were flying over from quite recently in streams. Slight issue with forgetting where Carlisle was as well geographically. Unbelievable. Thank you very much to whoever you are. Oh dear, oh dear. Mach 2, ladies and gentlemen. Mach 2. What's it saying for the ETA? Like 10 past 7. That's amazing. That's just 3 hours away. Be a little bit beyond that because we do need to slow down. Simply Bob, I have a question. What if there is a depressurization and usually in a normal airliner you were to put it into emergency descent? What would you do in Concorde? Because wouldn't you be too fast? What would you do? Excellent question, Simply Bob. Not sure how they manage that situation because you, firstly, with any other conventional kind of subsonic aircraft, the first thing is get your oxygen masks on. But secondly, with Concorde, you can't close the thrust. If you close the thrust levers, you're going to flame the engine, or you're going to have the engine surge. Because those ramps we were just showing earlier, they're ensuring the air is subsonic, but you're going to slow the air down too much, and the engines will surge. So yeah, how they dealt with that exactly, not 100% sure. A horrible, nasty situation. The aircraft, I think, actually kept everything pressurised to 6,000 feet, similar to what you get with conventional aircraft. The pressurisations here, look, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5,000 feet. How well modelled this system is, I'm not sure. I'm a bit alarmed that the differential pressure is 0. That's usually the sign that the aircraft is depressurised, but I don't know if that's modelled. But I did notice that a few times I tested this. So yeah, not sure on the drill. Probably available online, but not something you want to ever experience. How are we doing with the Alpaca Flight Data Sim Airways bingo at the moment? Have I said most of the keywords? Oh god, I've had a few issues. This aircraft on approach is so challenging. Every time I fly it, I can't land it smoothly. Sometimes the localizer and glide slope don't capture. I've read online there's a few bugs with it as well. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So yeah, we'll see how we get on. If it all goes pants, we'll have to hand fly. But yeah, fingers crossed. I'm very lucky that the weather in Heathrow this evening is very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Timothy, does this aircraft have panel lighting? Full night lighting available, Tim Harris? Everything's modelled, so your lighting controls down here. You can see for the MCP. You can turn up the lighting for the instruments as well. There we are. All the switches are. Now, I chose to run this sector 2 hours behind live time so we can enjoy sunset into London. Otherwise, if I go fully live time, it'll be dark by the time we get to London. Grant says, can you check on those 15 passengers, make sure they're partying, not partying too hard? Unbelievable. John Padfield, Butts will go around and say, absolutely not. If we go around, it's a fuel mayday immediately. Todd, considering your VREF is 200 knots, we could forgive the lack of butter. Now, I actually found out since then, Todd, that the GUI here is not accurate. It's fixed. It doesn't actually change your VREF. It does, 198, but it'll be 195. It's a lot lower than that. Now, I don't know if this is Colimata jigging the VREF slightly to allow it to fly at Korean X-Plane 11, but the actual VREF for our landing weight will be around 100 tons today. It's around 170 knots, but every time I fly at 170, it's really quite tricky, so I might go in between around 180, 190 or so. I think they flew VREF plus 7 in Concorde, so yeah, we'll see how we get on later. Salim, just a question about the 737. Could you start both engines together? If not, why? You can't, because there isn't sufficient duct pressure from the bleed air system to start both engines at once, so both engines have to be started independently. I think the 787, which has a different way of starting engines, can be started both at the same time. Listed in 4-knot headwind, the universe likes you today, I know. Now, if it was a shorter sector in Concorde, I would take that bit of extra fuel to do it.
Radar services turned in, New York Oceanic online, frequency change.
New York Oceanic is online, that's pretty cool.
Have a good flight.
Frequency change 132.8 approved. Thanks for the HC and have a great day. Alpaca Concorde.
Oh, they're offline, yeah, because it's going to 122.8. Yeah, because if they're online, he'd hand me over to well, say go get your clearance on box 2. Cool. Right, anyway, I'll show you my Navigraph charts to show you where we are blasting towards. So there's Barbados, leaving it well behind, leaving Piarco soon to New York Oceanic. Here's our oceanic entry point at Fist. If we go down here to the INS, move this to distance time, you can see 63 miles. That just gives you an impression of the speed we're going. Look at that. 1 mile covered every 3 seconds, 4 seconds. It's balmy. 3 minutes to travel 60 nautical miles, and then that's going to be. There you go. You can see now. There's going to be Fist, and then from there we're going to route to a waypoint here, and then from New York we'll cross over to Santa Maria and INS waypoint number 2 or 3. So yeah, we'll keep track of that throughout the flight. It's worthwhile having it to check it there. Darren A, thank you very much for buying a cloth face mask of a superb choice. I can't read the comment though because it's so tiny, and why doesn't Microsoft app read that? I don't know, but thank you so much for buying the cloth face mask. It'll be looking superb in the shops. Amazing, thank you so much for purchasing that, very kind. Can we listen to the boom? Yes, we haven't done a magnitude boom for today's stream. Here we go. Oh yeah, sorry about the sea looking a bit like the desert. So funny. Let's do another one of those, I think. Oh, where's the sound gone? I think you just have to do it again. There we are. And then just to give you an impression of how fast we're going, I'll just move it to the stationary view. I mean, that is just progress. I say progress. This aircraft was designed and built over 50 years ago. We've actually gone slower, but there we go. Damn it, we need to add resplendent to the bingo. Yes, that would be a good word. 25 miles until we enter oceanic airspace for New York. Yes, I mean, you're right. To be honest, the sound would only start after the boom. Correct. Where's the sonic cone? It'd be so cool as if when you broke the sound barrier, there was like that mist you get over the wings. Concorde is a thing of beauty. Agreed, John. Lunch now. Lunchbox said no, only if we could make the beauty a little more fuel efficient. Yeah, that's the thing. It is not fuel efficient. Well, we're burning 90 tons of fuel to carry 15 passengers today.
Alpaca 1 Charlie. Radar source terminated. Oceanic is offline at this time. Frequency change to Unicom 122.8 is approved. Have a good flight.
Unicom 122.8, thanks a lot for the ATC. Alpaca 01 Charlie. Cheerio.
Yeah.
50, 40,
amazing.
30, 20.
So I've just noticed when he goes over INS waypoints, it's a little bit aggressive in bank. I think you'd feel that in real life. It's a very slight turn. It's banking, 30 degrees to make that. Thank you very much, Ingrid 0002 for the £2. You're a Concorde fan. It would be awesome if you're going to join the sector today. He says, hello Captain, hope all is well. Allow me to humbly suggest that the Alpaca Concorde flights are call signed Speed Packer. That being said, you are clear to climb to outer space in that beautiful point of view you're flying. Best regards to all. Thank you very much, Ingrid 0002 for the £2. It's very kind of you to donate, and I hope you're doing very well, sir. Thank you. Ben Matthew said, would you rather fly an Airbus? The A300 I'd fly, none of the other modern marvels. Simply Bob's favourite aircraft besides Zebo Spitfire. Dabney, I heard the tickets to fly on this cost $2,500 per person. They'd wish. I think it was more around £8,000. Concorde was actually quite profitable in its kind of like not the earliest years, but when I think BA and Air France realised they could charge about 4 times as much as they were, as people were still flying it, because it was all about the jet set. I mean, all the most famous people flew on this aircraft. So yeah, I think it was around eight grand per sector. It was a stupendous amount of money. Right, anyway, let's do a little time check. There's no point doing a fuel check because it's based on a 757, but if, out of curiosity, you took standard fuel today in 75, you'd have 26.5 tonnes of fuel. That's actually getting close to the amount of fuel we'll have at top of descent into Heathrow. That is just balmy. And we're airborne at time 13:51, so at fist. We'll take 2 hours off that, remember, so it's 12:20. Without looking at the INS then, we should be at the next waypoint at time 12:20. Oh no, I've got the wrong time there, because it's on the 7.5. Well, we can actually look at the INS then. 24 minutes, sorry, to the next waypoint, which is North 24, West 050. Yes, we'll do another cabin tour, don't worry. Grease says, "G'day, Flight Sim. G'day to you, sir." Daniel Ralston just tuning in. I love it. Thank you very much. Guys, if you are enjoying this Concorde experience, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button. This stream in particular took a lot of time prepping off, and I think I'm not an expert on Concorde at all, by far from it, but I'd like to think this would be quite useful perhaps if you wanted to have a tutorial flight, because everything I've done is as close to the manual as possible. I've looked at some other videos and I've done a lot of research on this one. It's very interesting. Electric Concorde, someone said. Todd Gibley, when do you lower the nose? When you're in the TMA, so around 250 knots, below 10,000 feet. First notch of droop snoot will take. How do you feel about Airbus? I get a like warm, fuzzy feeling. What are the G-forces on takeoff, said Drew? Don't know the exact figure, but probably a little more than you'd expect on a conventional aircraft. I think Concorde accelerated very quickly on the takeoff roll with the reheats in. But a comfortable amount of G-forces. This is also the longest distance we've ever travelled on a Flight Deck Sim live stream today. Total distance with our route is 3,695 nautical miles. By far the furthest. I think the second furthest would have been the Concorde London, New York sector. He says, can we use the toilet? Absolutely. Ah, that reminds me, we'll take the fasten seatbelt sign off. They can start partying, as someone suggested in the back. There we are. A natch of droop, said Pete. Ben Matthews, back in a bit, Captain. It's barbecue time. I know. If you're in the UK today, I didn't know the weather was going to be so spectacular. It's a beautiful day. And I was like saying to Mariana, oh, we've got the stream today, but it'll be lovely. It's probably the nicest day of the year so far in the UK. Very high pressure. It's around 13 degrees, but in the sun, you can. This is my favourite time of the year, guys. I love spring, like March, April time. Summer's coming. Everything's going green. Lovely temperature outside. So yeah, I can't blame you for having a barbecue. That's superb. Oh, Joe. Nicest day of the year so far. Neighbours decided to have a bonfire over the year. Craig says, not in Scotland, it isn't. Well, not too far away. Lee Jules says also, the smoking night for a real party. You're right, Lee Jules. Alpaca Airways, we do allow you to smoke on board. There you go. Andy H1302, we now need the toilet flush to complete with the sonic boom now we're at the cruise. Todd, we can start partying, don the 70s wigs, the colourful dancing flares. Oh, if it wasn't... Oh, mate, if we could, I'd love to play 70s music for the rest of the sector, but YouTube would take me down. AV, how do my Olympus engines smell, Captain? Beautiful, I can just about smell it. AV, one of the members guys, also in Concorde. He was the guy who departed ahead of us there. Oh, everyone's having bonfires today. Oh. John says it's supposed to be nice tomorrow, so still time to have a barbecue. Yes, Mary and I are going to be tomorrow taking all the garden furniture out, giving it a bit of an air. It's all been locked up in the shed. I'll probably cut the grass for the first time this year as well. Oh, Andy, let's do a little cabin tour anyway, because we haven't done one yet. We'll have a look at our routing for that one. So I'll probably have a break for about 10-15 minutes or so in the midpoint of this sector. It's a bit of a longer stream, 4 hours here, just to stretch my flight, but that'll be in around, say about half an hour from now. So yeah, it's a little bit basic, the cabin, but it does work. I know the doors open. I'm obviously not going to click there. They shouldn't open. No, actually, best not lock the door. There we are. And I completely forgot to show this last stream. Someone pointed out. Look at that. That's a very famous image. Look, Mach 2, 55,600 feet. The static air temperature outside, minus 57. We're blasting along at 1,300 miles an hour. I was reading, apparently everyone wanted to sit in the front in Concorde. I don't know why. I think it's because there was less seats in this section. Alright, here we go. I think this is worthwhile turning the music down. Let me just turn it down on the mixer. Have a little cheeky flush here. You ready for this? Unbelievable. Yes, it does sound like a John Deere starting. Other tractor makes are available. There goes the sonic boom turd. Amazing. Look at the leg room. Yeah, not that great to be fair. So funny. You see the windows are so tiny. I think I was reading about that. I think it's due to the heat. It was so hot that they had to make them smaller because the fuselage expands. Oh, and really cool that we learned last stream that Colimata actually models the expanding aircraft. It can actually show you the engineer's panel where it stretches out. But yeah, the seats. I think the leather. I say I think I know this. I looked it up. The leather seats were made by the same company that makes the leather seats of Rolls-Royce. Yeah, it's they pack them in here. What's happened to the ortho? Oh, I thought that was the ortho tile. Is our wing. Very nice. Right, we'll jump back into the business end. So yeah, you'll see here now we're supersonic. The fuselage is around 100 degrees Celsius. Look at this panel gap here. The Concorde stretched due to heat. When it was in the supersonic cruising, it got longer, and then in descent when it cooled down, it contracted. And famously, a lot of last Concorde flights, the engineer put their hat here. And I remember seeing a Concorde. I can't remember if it was one in. No, it wasn't the one in Duxford. The one in Duxford's a test one, but I think it was the one in Seattle. They've got the engineer's hat there from the last flight. Very cool. Grant, never liked sitting at the very back of the plane. That feeling on takeoff as you go down before ascending is horrible. Yeah, that's actually the most uncomfortable place to be if you're not a fan of aircraft movement and turbulence, is the rear, because you're the furthest away from the centre of gravity. So as the aircraft moves around, it moves quite a bit there. So, but it's not too bad to worry with. Jonathan, the small windows also help with reducing the rate of depressurization if one blows out. That I did read as well. Very cool. Is Nightbot being a bit harsh? 2 tons of Sete Corsa on one monitor, flight deck to sim live stream on the other. Sounds perfect. Sounds like a vomiting cat, said Beatrich. Outrageous. Mach, and it's a bit slower than my 330-200 max speed of 0.81. Yeah, a little bit, we're going almost 3 times as fast. Flydex in gaming, that's Mariana, by the way. My partner helps run the second channel with me. I'm sorry, did you say Sonic Boom Turd? What I've done? Simply Pop always fly the rigs. My mum says we have the best chance of surviving a crash. I think there's some strange statistic there, but I can assure you, if you were to ever find yourself in an aircraft crash that has fatalities, I don't think it really matters where you'd sit. But yeah, aviation is so incredibly safe. You really don't need to to worry about where you're sat with regards to that. Sanam, you can't go more than 56,000 feet. Yeah, it's in a very shallow climb. It's in this kind of cruise climb, max cruise here, so it's slowly climbing. In certain situations, it can descend, I think, if it gets hot, but it just flies at the most optimal altitude. I can assure you, we'll keep on climbing very slowly. We're doing around, what's that, 30-40 feet per minute. By the time we approach top of descent, we'll be at 60,000 feet, and it's important when we get there, we actually don't go any higher, because that is the maximum certified altitude. I might actually have to take a little bit of thrust off just to make sure we don't exceed MMO, which is about, I think it's 2.05. Beyond that, you exceed MMO. Listerman, you are right. Well, yeah, next to access is a little bit safer. True. You're the first to get out. Funny. So, what's our ETA now? It's going to be around 7 o'clock. Well, 20 past 7. So, yeah, a little under 3 hours. 2 hours 50. Stream this one. Yeah, similarly, Bob, when's top of descent? So basically, Concorde, do you want to optimally, depending on where your routing is. Now, our routing is quite beneficial because we're going across the English Channel, so we can go supersonic as long as possible. Because if you start slowing down early or descending early and flying subsonic, it's not as efficient. We're actually, the Olympus engines here at full power at 60,000 feet doing Mach 2, our fuel burn is, compared to the distance travelled, is quite good. So we're going to make it as late as possible, around 200 miles away from Heathrow, as late as possible. I'm not exactly sure on this sector where they did start their descent, because if we do this early, we don't have the fuel today to deal with that. So yeah, I'd say, what we say, around 20 past we'll arrive, and then I should think we'll start descent around 40 minutes before that, maybe a bit sooner. So 20 past 7, I'd say about 6:40ish. 6:40ish. I'll show you how I've calculated all that later. We're well on our way now. Trying to work out the distance travelled. About 600 miles now. FS Turt, hi Flight Sim, and I'm wondering if type rating for aircraft with complicated instruments like this one are much more difficult than modern aircraft with simpler instruments. Example, Airbus. The Concorde type rating took months. It was not like the one on the 737, which is around a month and a half to 2 months. It was a very much exclusive club in BA. The best pilots flew Concorde and stuff like that. But yeah, I can't remember the length of the type rating, but it was a long type rating, a lot to learn with this aircraft as well. I know on their 6-month sim checks, one of the things they had to do was simulate the visor failing, so they had to land with the visor up, which is pretty tricky. Sanam, you're currently burning 20 tons of fuel an hour. Crazy, yeah, more than that. What's that? About 22 tons an hour, yeah. That will go down slightly as the weight goes down, but yeah, whilst we're in the holding area, the TMA, we're burning 25 tons an hour. So it actually shows you, yes, we're going Mach 2, burning 20 tons an hour, but if you're holding at 220 knots, you burn more fuel per hour, 25 tons or so. Notski, are you joining us at the mixed class race tonight? Yeah, I won't stream that, but I might join you. I've not had any Assetto Corsa practice for over a week now. I've been busy with a few other things. But I might join you, yeah. I'll have a break after the stream. I can't remember what time it is. But no, sorry for my lack of attention on that. I've been quite busy this week. Very good list of it. Devices up to you land with your head out the side window. Brilliant. Funny enough, listener, you might have mentioned that there was a British Airways 747 which lost all its engines over Indonesia. Now, I can't remember if they opened the windows, but I know the ash cloud completely basically sandblasted the windscreen. They couldn't see out the window, and I've got a funny feeling they might have opened the window for that one, but I can't remember. It's yeah, I will be Nordsky. It's Spa still, which is good. Yeah, I'm sort of gutted. I had all those internet issues last weekend. I don't know much about internet issues, guys, but last weekend I've been at our current house. Mary and I moved in 6 months ago. We've been with BT. We still are, and we have the kind of like Halo package with fibre optic to the premises, very fast. We get 200 meg download, but it stopped working last weekend, and an engineer eventually came. He said we've been quite lucky since we moved in because the fibre optic cable, I can't remember the term he used, but it wasn't quite straight enough, so he straightened it out, and he said the decibels, the noise, or whatever it is, was 3 times better now. He said he was quite surprised it hadn't cut out before. So yeah, hopefully, I've probably jinxed it now, but ever since it's been fixed, no disconnects at all. Aaron, I think there was a tiny spot on the windshield that wasn't sandblasted, and they relied on that, if I recall correctly. Wow. Of course, Liam, there are other internet providers available. Amazing. Yeah, it's a shame there isn't an accurate fuel planner for Concorde available online. I've scoured the internet, I've looked in Colimata forums, there isn't one available, which is a bit of a shame, because it'd be quite nice to have one for fuel checks en route, but it's really hard to tell. So when I first flew this test sector a couple of days ago, I just took full fuel just to see how much I landed with. I was like, okay, when I do stream this, I am going to have to take a full load of fuel. But I fine-tuned my cruiser descent, and I don't think we could have done that any better. We started the engines, we taxied out as soon as we had all 4 engines started, no delay at the whole point. We went straight into the Supersonic Climb, and I don't think we could have done it any more efficiently than we have. It'd be quite interesting if I'd actually on my test sector noted how much fuel I had on board at each waypoint. I reckon I'm probably about 2 or 3 tons up on what I was on the test sectors. Is the Porsche 919 faster than Concorde? Not quite. But around a racetrack, possibly. Yes, John, that's quite right.
50,
It sounds like a kink in the
40,
fibre leading to not enough
30,
refraction in the glass. That's
20,
exactly what he said, Jonathan,
10.
but the term he used regarding how it was bent, I can't remember, but that is precisely what happened. Thanks a lot, Kieran, for the £2. Join the stream at 1600 Zulu to see you're already in the cruise. Looks like you're finally getting the hang of Concorde. Nice one. Thank you very much, Kieran. Yeah, I know. It's so far so good. It's all been very efficient, and it's that's the reason I wanted to stream this again quite recently, because we flew it last week and a half ago, and it had been over 6 months since I'd flown it, and I had a couple of test sectors. But when I first jumped back into it again, I was a bit like, well, where is everything? You forget, unless you keep at it. And one of the things I've always been concerned, well, not I say concerned about, but I don't want to ever spend too much time in a different aircraft when I'm simming that's not a 737. It's not that I want to start thinking that I'll fly this aircraft like this in real life, but it's just a general proficiency thing. So I'll always I'll stream one aircraft in X-plane, and then it'll be the Zebo Mod 737, and then back into another one. 2 Zebos. I like to kind of keep a ratio of 60% Zebo, 40% of different aircraft, or 70%. Because most of you guys who are subscribed, you want to see how a 737's flown, because that's what I drive, so I don't like to leave it too long before we jump into the mod. So yes, I'm going to be very busy next week. I'm actually back to work, which is great. No flying, but simming, which is good. And then hopefully, who knows, April, May time we'll be back to some sort of normality. Kieran, as long as you don't try and turn on reheating at 7.3, I'm sure you'll be fine. John, so yes, then you get slower rates because of having to retransmit some packets. There we go. Can you remember what the issue was with the internet the other day? What did he say, Marina? The guy, the engineer, about the internet thing. Can you remember? Yeah, it wasn't cut. Yeah, it wasn't a cut. He said. Yeah, the lights. Yeah, it was too much noise. But he was. Yes, the light was called noise. I don't know. They measure decibels. It was. He said it was 25 to 35, and now it's 10. I don't know any of that means. As long as it works, we're happy. Can you leave that open? It's very hot in here. Thank you. Okay. See you in a bit. Ah, there we are. Joe said to me, please explain. Oh, Ben Matthews, your new barbecue has a phone holder on the side, so cooking with the stream on, win. What a cool barbecue. Bent fibre light can refract and escape through the fibre cladding. Ah, yes. These are all terms which the engineer used. But it works now, which is great. Anyway, let's keep you up to date, guys, with where we are. So, again, if you have Instagram, you can have a look at the Instagram story today to see exactly where we are. 2450. Let me just make a double check of this note. It's waypoint number 2 for our INS, which is just here, right in the middle of New York Oceanic here. It's kind of like a random routing. And then the next waypoint is the UIR boundary, or FIR boundary between New York Oceanic and Santa Maria Oceanic. We'll then actually be getting quite close to the Azores. We flew in here about 3 weeks ago, and I'm sure Concorde have used this as some sort of diversion or decision airport, so they could actually turn to this airport here. I had to go DME, doing a DME update at the INS. 2 things could possibly happen from doing it. Number 1, you screw it up and you lose all sorts of navigation. Secondly, I found out it actually doesn't practically do anything, so I will be skipping it today because in the sim it's pretty accurate. I mean, you can have a look here where, if you look at the scale right there, look, we're within like half a mile of our route. And in oceanic airspace, it's what they call RNAV 10, so it needs to be within 10 miles of your planned route. Concorde has basic RNAV with the INS. It's not like a PRNAV system, so you can fly basic RNAV. Now, it used to be called BRNAV, they now call it RNAV 5, and that means you've got to in RNAV 5 areas of airspace. The star we're flying into Heathrow, for example, is an RNAV 5, which you can fly in Concorde. Means you've got to be within 5 miles 95% of the time with the accuracy here. But there's no GPS, no FMC in Concorde, so you can't fly any RNAV approaches, any complex SIDS, which usually require RNAV P, or what they call RNAV 1 now. Everyone's talking about broadband now. Salim, in 1974, the Concorde flew from Boston to Charles de Gaulle and back whilst racing a 747, which left Paris to Boston. The Concorde managed to pass 68 minutes on the ground in Paris and back to Boston and beat the 747 by 11 minutes. But so it managed to do the whole flight there and back. Incredible. Hi Mark Murphy, hi Captain. Cool stream again, thank you. Is that white dot just off the nose, the Concorde in front of you? Or a star? I think that's a star. Let's have a look outside. Yes, there it is. We're that high. Oh look, it's the curvature of the Earth. So if you go here, look, you'll see the cosmos. There's some stars. Look quite hard to see, I guess, with the resolution, if you can hear me. There. Oh look, it's Tron. Thanks, X-Plane 11. It gives you these little grids like on the sea. Awesome. So airborne now, approaching 55 minutes. Yeah, look at these turns, a little bit extreme. But anyway, there is waypoint number 2 behind us. We're now inbound to waypoint number 3. That's north 34 west 040 west. That's 41 minutes away, 800 miles. 800 miles in 41 minutes is just... wow. The Matrix confirmed. Andrew, I can't wait to see configure for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yes, I'm sure if they're going to accurately model one, that'd be great. Have Microsoft Flight Simulator fixed that issue with the ground effect and landing flaps? That was Barbie. It was last Sunday with that charity stream, and I remember landing. I think we were in the I can't remember what aircraft it was, but I was in the flare and we went down the whole entire runway. It just didn't land. I was like, what's going on with idle power? I think they're doing a hotfix now. GKs, I bunked off school with some mates to see the first Concorde land at Heathrow. As a professional streamer, I cannot condone. I have to condone such behaviour. But enjoy. He said, enjoy your stuff. Best wishes from Golf Kilo, Kilo Echo Sierra. Thank you very much, Kez. It was the TBM. That's it, Jonathan. Thank you. They're not going to fix it yet. No, that's a shame. They definitely need to fix it. Oh, Petrus, there will be a hotfix soon. They originally planned to not fix it and told people to wait for a March update. Yeah, they need to fix that. Oh, the fly-by-wire was fixed. Well, I should think they've applied a fix to allow for that. Yes, that was a bit of a... That's quite an important aspect of flight sim, you know, the landing. No, they'll fix it. It's I'm sure it's maturing into a good sim, and there's some great aircraft coming up in the simulator as well. So you see now we're at 56,100 feet. It's lovely and quiet on the frequency at the moment. We are just on Unicom over the sea. Oh, is there actually aircraft below me? That'd be super cool if we could see them on that sim. If we ever a subsonic aircraft going underneath. So I can see myself. Oh my gosh, I'm so close to AV. There's another guy, Concorde, literally just ahead. No, there's no subsonic aircraft, unfortunately. DC Design's working on Concorde for Flight Sim 2020. Cool. I don't know much about that developer. Aerodynamics simulation, exterior view. I'll do one better. I'll even give you a sellotape real stapler view. Hold on. Gorgeous aircraft. Thanks a lot, Jordan, for making this livery as well. He's making a full Alpaca Airways livery as well, but if you'd like to grab the Colimata Concorde livery for yourself, use the command !_ livery and it'll link it for you. Freckles, if you can hear me, what waypoint are you inbound to? Going inbound to North 34 West 040. Get loud now. Maz, what do you think they'll make another supersonic plane? There's a company called Boom, I think, which are making a supersonic bizjet aircraft. I think it'll quite go Mach 2. Whether there'll be the market for it now, I don't know. It's going to take a while for the aviation sector to recover. Multi-toxic adventures, will you make a stream as a Vansom controller? Unlikely. Let's do a little flyby. Yeah, that's fast. Ben Matthews, Jack the engineer on board today. We have Jim as first officer, Jimothy as the engineer. Jack is back at headquarters trying to work out how he's going to recuperate the cost of investing in this aircraft with only 15 passengers on board. yeah, when we get a little bit further northeast, I won't do a DME update because last time I did it, I crashed the sim. I don't know how, but you can see we've not even been airborne for an hour, almost an hour. So no, we have been airborne for exactly an hour now, and in that hour we have travelled this distance here. Now bear in mind the first 20 minutes are subsonic. In another hour we'll be pretty much where the Azores are, and more than halfway. Making serious progress. Oh, Elliot Smith, I wasn't hoping to hear that. 94 departures for Heathrow, 55 arrivals. It's going to be hit and miss, guys. So I was having a discussion with the members earlier with how we'll deal with this. Now, in real life, when Concorde flew this sector, it was sort of given priority because of the fuel critical situation. To give you an idea of the figures, okay, on the test sector, I landed with, I think it was 16 tons of fuel. Okay, the Concorde burns in the kind of holding altitude at TMA 25 tons of fuel an hour. So landing with 16 tons of fuel, left with about 35 minutes of fuel left, and that is with 0 delays, 35 minutes of fuel remaining. Now, we're going to crack on, I'll descend, we'll be on VATSIM, and it's a bit tough because they don't expect any priority, they'll tell you to unload extra fuel, but you saw, guys, we couldn't get any extra fuel in the aircraft. We've taken as much fuel as possible, there's nothing we can do. So we'll see what the situation is. If we're told to hold, I'll immediately ask for an estimated approach time or how long the hold is. If the hold is over 10 minutes, that's it. I might declare a fuel emergency or minimum fuel call and see how that works. But I'd prefer, I see what you said that, yeah, alternate stance state. I prefer to get into Heathrow for the sake of the stream instead of diverting to Stansted, because that wouldn't be the most, it'd be the most realistic in the world of VATSIM, but in reality Concorde would get the priority. I don't know how they'd appreciate me calling for a fuel emergency on VATSIM as well. So yeah, in reality, if the sector was 500 miles shorter, I could have taken that extra 25-30 minutes of fuel, but I physically could not get that in the tanks for this flight. And this is how this particular flight was run. So yeah, we'll see. But that does not fill me with confidence with the amount of arrivals going into Concorde. It's my fault for choosing to fly this sector with an event going on. Oh dear. You can declare emergency. Some guys doing this in Concorde's or VATSIM FNO events. We'll see. So what I might do then, I'll have a look at the situation. If there's any delay, I'll get an estimated approach time. Now, the first call before you call a Mayday fuel is minimum fuel. So we have to make a decision. Are we going to commit to Heathrow, or am I going to divert? Am I going to use my planned alternate fuel to get into my destination, or am I? It's called diverting to your destination, or am I going to divert? And once you've made that decision, you're now using your alternate fuel. Now, when you see that with your existing clearance that you're going to land quite close to your final reserve fuel, and any subsequent change to your clearance might result in you using it, you make a call called minimum fuel. It's not a pan, it's not a mayday, so you'd say something like Alpaca Concorde 01 Charlie minimum fuel, and that just tells the controller, look, I'm not in a situation where I have less than 30 minutes of fuel remaining. However, any further delay or change to my existing clearance might leave me in a situation where I will be landing with less than 30 minutes. Any time you see that you're going to be landing with less than 30 minutes of fuel, it's a mayday. Mandatory. Mayday, 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 fuel. Alpaca 01 Charlie Concorde. And that tells ATC, right, I don't have, he's going to be landing with less than 30 minutes of fuel remaining. And when I say less than 30 minutes, after that time's up, the engines will flame out, okay? So it's very serious, and a Mayday gives ATC a lot more flexibility to deal with you. It'll give you options such as disused airfields if it means getting you on the ground. But yeah, like I said, we'll see what the situation is. We'll probably have enough fuel for about one orbit, and then one approach. If we have to go around on the first approach, it's going to be a Mayday. But from what I understand, that's how these particular sectors were flown. There's no room for error at all with Concorde. And actually, it didn't actually strike me when I was looking at the previous Concorde streams I flew. I was kind of landing with 20-ish tons. It's not much. Like 13 tons is 30 minutes. I was landing with like 10 minutes of fuel before going into a Mayday, and it just makes you say, "Wow, it's so close." Incredible. Louis, flight announcement said, sit back, relax, and it's let's hope the fuel is enough to reach London. Now obviously these Concorde boys, they did it day in, day out. Now I don't know if the fuel, I think the fuel burn in this looks pretty accurate. But yeah, I think for the particular sectors where the weather was bad, they were just. In fact, I read on a P-Prune, a pilot rumor network forum, that a lot of their sectors were kind of like flown what is considered today to be like a fuel emergency every sector. FNO is Friday night operations with VATSIM US. I'd like to do some more VATSIM US flights, but yeah, it's so late at night in the UK, or very early morning. John, it's a bring a fuel can party on board. Yes, maybe we should say to all the passengers, can you just bring a jerry can in full of Jet A1? Freckles, maybe you could do a poll when we get close, 1 for log off and 2 for divert, possibly. However, Stansted is going to be difficult even on VATSIM. If it's that busy, I don't know if London will have the capacity to give me, let's say, an efficient route to Stansted to land. Now, obviously, I want to get into Heathrow at all costs here, but yeah, we'll definitely see. I hope. I mean, that event starts in an hour. We'll be right in the thick of it by the time we get there. Deborah, so how would you have handled an engine out? Does the lower fuel use compensate for the lesser, presumably, efficiency? Yes, as it does sound, yes, you're probably burning less fuel on engine, but the amount of thrust required for the under engines offsets any fuel savings. But on our routing today, an engine failure, I should think, would dictate them diverting to the Azores, or there'll be an equal time point between Barbados to where we are now, so if there's a major issue, they decide whether to go back to Barbados or divert to the Azores. Other options, obviously, as you get closer to Europe, come up to you as well. But very famously, a Concorde pilot from British Airways was fired because I think he was coming in from New York. He got close to Shannon. He saw it was a bit low on fuel, but he decided to carry on to Heathrow anyway. And I think he landed with something like 20 minutes of fuel remaining when he should have diverted. So yeah, that just highlights that it is a real issue. Well, it was a real issue in this aircraft. Ben Matthews, what's the event on? Heathrow are doing a shuttle between Frankfurt and Heathrow, so yeah, a lot of people are going to jump on that for sure. I believe it's between those two airports. Philippe, I think you should remain online, guys. Declare emergencies in Concords and Friday night with 300 plus arrivals, and they sort it out. Yeah, alright, we'll see. We'll try and do it as realistically as possible. But if it gets to that, I'll try that online first. Yeah, I'm just having a look at the events page. A lot of events on VATSIM this weekend. Wow. Oh, Heathrow. No, it's Heathrow Zurich, guys. Sorry, not Frankfurt. Heathrow to Zurich. On at 1800 between 1800 and 2200 Zulu. Listener, do VATSIM events require you to book a slot, or is it only for across the pond? Very few of them require slots. The very busy ones do, so across the ponds, across the lands. They do an event to Rover Niemi, that usually requires a booking slot as well, but most of them don't require slots. Oh, sorry, bookings. Someone wants an external view. Stand by. That's a little explain 11 thing, that control. It's not someone else, unfortunately. Louis, any tips on top of descent calculation for the Concorde? Yeah, very simply, around 200 miles from touchdown, or 200 miles from making landfall. Well, 100 miles from landfall, sorry, because it takes around 100 miles to get at 30,000 feet, another 100 miles to get down to the ground. So that works out quite well. And that was actually by an ex-BA Concorde pilot. They probably have a more exact calculation, but all you need to know is around 200 miles from touchdown. Excellent. Right, so just looking at the time, it's coming up to 5 o'clock, guys, so whilst it's very quiet, not as much as going on in the cruise here, I'll take this opportunity to have a little break, because it's a longer stream than usual, so I'll be back in around 10 minutes or so. I'll leave you in the staple view, but get some blood to my toes, do some walking around. But I'll be back shortly. Guys, as ever, if you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button. I hope you're enjoying the sector so far. And when I get back, we'll be kind of approaching the second half of the stream for the rest of the flight. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I'll see you all in about 10 minutes or so. Cheers. Thanks a lot for that, guys. All refreshed for the second half of the stream. Slightly longer sector. Just past 57,000 feet, still at Mach 2. Temperature outside the skin of the aircraft is 121 degrees Celsius due to the compressibility of the air, or ram rise. We are well on our way. TM, should I get X-Plane 11 or Microsoft Flight Sim 2020? Currently still on FSX. Depends what you really want out of your simming. Do you want to fly VFR over a very accurately modelled British world? Probably Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 will suit you. If you want to fly complex commercial jet airliners, which are modelled realistically, I stick with X-Plane 11. So they are both have their pros and cons. What's that, Tim? Anyway, quiet. It's back now. What have I missed here in chat? This still says TRI. Well, I don't work in the sim anymore, but my license is still valid. I have a TRI on my license, which expires in a year and a half. So when that expires, if I'm not back in the sims, I'll just put captain. Looks all good in chat. Nothing too dodgy. Not My Circus says I'm going to save up for the mini charter flights that they pulled from Concorde. Never been so gutted at spending, not spending £1,000. Yeah, they used to do flights. You used to just blast off over the Bay of Biscay, and you go Supersonic, then come back. That'd be awesome. Deborah, UK, what kind of skin temperature do you get on modern subsonic jets? Probably 20 degrees warmer than the static air temperature. If you look back on any of the streams we've done, you'll see the difference there. Nigel Watts, how much longer now? Probably about 2 hours. A little under 2 hours. Nick, good evening. Mr. Takeoff, sadly. It was quite uneventful. It was good. Nothing too drastic happened. A brief VMO exceedance, but it is very tricky flying this aircraft manually. It all seems very out of balance as well. Like if you use elevator and stop, it keeps wanting to roll around the axis. It's a lot of like instability, it feels, but it's yeah, challenging. I felt the departure we did the other week in New York, the Colimata Climb, was actually quite nice. That was actually well done. Nick, what's the highest cabin temperature you can get in the 737? Well, if you put it to full hot, the bleed on the temperature controllers, it will go very hot. So yeah, up to the point where it's unbearable. I don't actually know how high it will go. Epic Royal said, did you take college to learn how to fly? I don't know if there's any college courses. I didn't go to college in the UK. I went straight from finishing my A-levels, working, saving up what money I could for my flight training for the best part of 2 years, a year after finished school, and then I took out a loan for my flight training. And I went to a Oxford Aviation Academy, completed an integrated flight course back in 2010. Gwen, is a heavy plane, Concorde Heavy? Yes, at takeoff it's around 180-ish tons. Landing weight will be around 100. Deborah, I didn't know there was a gauge for it. I'll show. Look, yes, on the 737, Deborah UK, you'll see there's a tap temperature here on the engine display, and then in the FMC you can actually find out the static air temperature. So yeah, actually to compare is quite difficult because you have to make sure that you have to look at the FMC essentially, which I don't always do. But you will see that the difference is caused by the friction of the air. Badbag says, what have I come across? You've come across a 737 captain flying Colimata Concorde from Barbados to Heathrow in X-Plane 11. Asa says ETA, it's going to be around 25 past 7 or so. Ben's spouse, if you're flying up at 340 knots on the 737, I suppose the ram air temperature could be quite warm. Also, could get rid of ice if you had any possibility. Not hot, not anywhere near fast enough though, Ben. You can see it when you get to 250 knots and then you accelerate to around 300 knots in the climb. If you actually look at the total air temperature, you can see it slowly increase, but not by much. Blue Bear says, do you use an Elgato Stream Deck at all? I don't. I use the Streamlabs Stream Deck app. It's called Streamlabs Deck, and it's quite good because you can have like a little volume mixer, turn on different things on your iPad, which is pretty cool. Podcaster, relatively new to your streams, what's the origin of Alpaca Airways? Cheers. So when I started streaming online, I took up the call sign Broadsword, which is used by an airline in the UK called 2XL Airways, because it's just an awesome call sign. And one of the members actually suggested, because Marion and I, my partner, who sometimes pops in during the streams, is very active on our members Discord, suggested, or we had a picture, not entirely of both of us, but we said we'd been alpaca walking. And one of the members suggested, why don't we have a virtual airline called Alpaca Airways, which I was like, whoa, I don't know if that's a good idea. But everyone said, yes, let's do it. And now, well, it's unofficial, but we're quite well recognised on VATSIM, I think. There's not many places now in Europe, at least, where you go to. And if they see VCP, they'll go Alpaca. Next question is, why is VCP used as the call sign? That was an excellent suggestion. I can't remember exactly who it was. But alpaca in Latin, I'm not even going to dare to pronounce it, but type in Google alpaca Latin, you'll see it's something like Vicugnapacos. Basically, you can abbreviate it as VCP, and it was used. And that's how the story goes. Ben says, I guess that's not an option to revise. Nice to be in an aircraft that is so fast it does not need wing de-icing. Well, not at this speed, but it does have, I don't know about wing anti-ice, but it does have engine anti-ice. Oh no, it does look. It has wing and intake anti-icing, so I think, excuse the noise here, yeah, the inlets here have the ability for engine anti-icing. The same way on a conventional aircraft, you don't want ice building up on the lip, and then using engine anti-ice, if you leave it too late, any ice build-up could be ingested by the engines, which could damage them. But how much the wing was heated, not sure, but the engine intakes are heated. But yeah, definitely not required at this altitude or speed, because A, there's no icing, B, it's 120 degrees, 100 degrees. Nigel wants, how much longer is this aircraft at this speed in inches, please? Again, that's one definitely for Google. I don't know the exact amount. But enough to see a sizable panel gap when flying supersonic with the engineer station. And, I guess this is all circuit breakers and electronics under this panel. So yeah, there you go. You'll see. I'll try and remind me, guys, when we're going subsonic or approach here. You'll see this panel gap will shrink. But the actual length of the entire aircraft, don't know. Almost halfway. Well, we've been airborne for 51 per airborne. It's now 22. We've been airborne for exactly an hour and 30 minutes, and we're nearly halfway. The flight time's 3 hours 45. You'd be thinking, well, that should be 3 hours, but don't forget we've got to slow down, fly the busy London TMA. We started off with, was it 95 tons of fuel, and we now have 55. We've burnt 40 tons of fuel nearly. There you go, there's the answer about how long Concorde stretch, 6 to 10 inches, would you, Steve? There you go. Oh, Sergeant, hi guys, hi Captain, it's good to chill here when I'm sick. Well, get better soon, buddy. Sorry to hear that you're unwell. At least, I mean, how do you measure such things? Do you put Concorde in a supersonic wind tunnel? I think they probably had scale models when they were testing it back in the 50s and 60s. John Christie, when would you also use Autopilot 2, Flight Director 2, Auto Throttle 2? Again, specific to Concorde, not entirely sure, but different auto throttle systems, perhaps for redundancy or auto lands. I know this has the capability of auto land. Maybe you have to engage the second autopilot. Flight Director 2 would be to get the first officer's flight directors engaged, so he has to display the same way in the 7.3. But yeah, one thing I've noticed when flying an ILS approach in this aircraft, I have seen it reported as sometimes being a bug. It doesn't always lock onto the localizer. You engage forelock, it doesn't arm, and it goes straight through. So what I've found, I don't know if it's a technique I've just discovered seems to work, is actually inset the localizer manually in heading select, and then just engage forelock. That seems to work. And the
50,
same with glide slope.
40,
it doesn't always seem to lock
30,
onto the glide slope. You
20,
engage glide,
10.
it just stays armed. It's a bit difficult. So I have to manipulate both the vertical speed and heading to fly it manually. Thanks a lot, Tim Fraser, for the £2. He says Mrs. Emma has the first day at work and loved it. Excellent, Tim. I'm glad Mrs. Emma is back at work and loving it. Thank you very much for your donation, and I hope you're doing well, as is your entire family. And take care of yourself, keep safe. Matthias Bar, hi, I have a question. Do you ever experience laser shining into the cabin, and what is the procedure if you do? Yes, I have experienced that. Potentially very dangerous. Taken very seriously now as well. I had it once flying in, and the procedure for us, if at night, is turn your exterior lights off, except your beacon, essentially, unless you absolutely have to, and don't look outside, essentially. And report it straight away to ATC. We have to file a report as well. And if you are caught doing that in the UK now, I think it's a custodial sentence of 5 years and a very hefty fine. So it is, if you are perhaps here a little bit younger and think it's a good idea of shining a laser pen or something like that in an aircraft, think very carefully before doing it, because I know there's been cases in the UK where people have received custodial sentences for a significant amount of time. Yes, and a well-known case in the aviation industry, I think it was a Virgin or a BA flight. I was leaving for Heathrow. First officer got a laser in his eye and had to turn back. He was blind. He was blinded. I don't think it was permanent, but he had damage to the retina in some sort of way. So yes, be careful. Rikid, hello. I'm new. How are you? Very well. Welcome aboard. WK, a friend who grew up near Bristol, tells a story of the original wind tunnel testing on models. The engineers built a beautiful model of Concorde from wood, took it to the tunnel and watched in... Oh, you got a bit more here. Watched in horror as the front lifted off the mounting, turning it into a sail, got ripped completely free, and then went twice around through the turbine before it could be stopped. Reportedly returned to the engineers in a box labelled Instant Concorde, just to add water containing matchsticks. What a story! I mean, if you look at the guys designing this aircraft, I mean, there's loads of archive footage. They've all got their huge diagrams out, the engineers' diagrams, and it's all done with rulers and measurements, no computers. You know, it's incredible. What's that noise? Did you hear that? Is that a thunderstorm, or is that my engines roaring? Nigel Watts, thank you. What are the never exceed speeds for the nose? Well, I know MMO is 2.05. Regarding all the different speeds with the visor extended, that guidance is in the Colimata Concorde manual, because I remember seeing it. They actually have those speed restrictions here with the extended speeds. They don't, but they're pretty fast. I think with the first notch of flops, it was something like 375 or 350 knots. It was AV flying above you. Thunderbird 1 is looking to find out about Lama International Airlines. Superb. T-Mac Voy, is this plane worth it? Yes. I think it's, and it's on sale at the moment. I think it's $50. So yeah, by far the only, I think, a Concorde experience in X-Plane 11. It's still being updated by Colimata, but yeah, I enjoy streaming it. The Benz spouse 132 degrees. You hear that? is that? Is that 4? Oh my god! 4, the god of thunder, has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Is that like a thunderstorm underneath me of active sky? That made me jump the second crack. What was that? I can assure you wouldn't hear that in Concorde if it was a thunderstorm. It's the active sky bug. Oh dear. Well, as long as it doesn't get any sort of severe turbulence. Top tip for you, if you have active sky and you're flying Concorde, turn the turbulence down slightly because the aircraft completely overreacts to turbulence. So you have to turn it down to around 10. That was interesting. Right then, so airborne now for about hour 35. Here we are, almost halfway across the Atlantic. Just puts it into perspective, doesn't it? Airborne, what was that, hour and 35 minutes. We're halfway here. Hour 35, I mean, you're only just halfway to Alicante from the UK. Oh my god, what is, just furious, what is that? That noise! Sounds like the cabin crew just dropped the trolley. My, but yeah, coming up to the Azores here. Now, what I might do, actually I don't know how close you'd get to these particular islands, but that'd probably be loud enough to wake a few people up from their siesta. Not that the Portuguese have siestas, the Spanish, but we could tune one of these VRs, and as we fly by we'll see the RMI move, which we'll be doing shortly, which will be pretty cool. Active sky thunderstorms are 60,000 feet. I mean, cells can get that high, but yeah, that's a pretty impressive thunderstorm if it was that high. But yeah, I think it has a tendency sometimes if you're flying around storms to just play some interesting audio. John, that's the barge in the back. They're having a sword fight with the trash lid shields. What do you think we have at Outback Airways? Those big metal bins at the galleys? Jambino, good day to you. He says, how's it, peeps? What have I missed? Nothing so far, too bad. Nice departure. We're just approaching the halfway point for our sector. Flying into Concorde. It could get very interesting later with potential fuel issues. We took as much fuel as we could. We had a bit of a discussion about it earlier. They're planning something like 50 arrivals into Heathrow at the moment. There's probably the space for the next few hours, so yeah, it could get pretty interesting. But thankfully, I think the event is the event from Heathrow to Zurich, or is it vice versa? Starts in half an hour. I think it might be both directions. Sean asked you, hi Captain, how's the fuel looking? Expecting to cut it close? Yeah, fuel's okay for now, but yeah, it's going to be pretty tight. Oh, cool. I'm actually looking on the VATSIM map. There might be some traffic going underneath. There's an aircraft going from Heathrow to Barbados. That'd be pretty cool. Teammate might need to declare emergency if you run out of fuel. Yeah, well, I'll have a look at the situation when we get closer. The figure you need to bear in mind, guys, is I can't find the figure online, but just from kind of looking back and testing this aircraft, when you're flying around the TMA at 230, 250 knots, we're burning around 25, 26 tons of fuel an hour. Based on that, I used a kind of final reserve fuel figure of 13 tons. So when this gets down to 13 tons, it's 30 minutes until the engines flame out. So on the test sector, I landed with 16 tons with no delay. Landed with 16 tons, and 13 is the amount with which we only have 30 minutes left. So I landed with about 35 minutes of endurance. That is with 0 delays on the test sector, no holding, straight in on runway 27. Now if runway 09 is in use, that'll give us an extra ton or so that could be beneficial, but it's the potential holding which could be an issue. So I'd be very helpful with anyone as we start our descent, keep you updated in Heathrow. I might ask London as well, you know, what's the situation, are people holding, and yeah, we'll build a picture from there. Jambino, sunset arrival, yes, the sim is running 2 hours behind live time to ensure a sunset, otherwise the sun will be setting in the UK in about 15 minutes from now. Domino may see the events in both ways. RS Turbo, any plans to fly the A320 Skipper on any future streams, maybe a Manchester to Paphos? That's very specific routing. Probably Zebo Mod next. I'm busy next week, guys, so after today probably won't be a stream until the end of next week. So yeah, it'll be Zebo Mod most likely next, and then probably another Zebo Mod as well. But yeah, I haven't flown the A300 for a while. There's loads of different aircraft we can fly, which I haven't flown for a while. The 727 I want to wheel out again soon, because that's not been flown for about 3 or 4 months.
50, 40, 30.
Thank you very
20,
much, Sleepy Lab, for the
10.
$20. Very, very kind of you. Thank you.
Just so you know, I am still watching. Just not on much these days.
Oh, no problem.
Still love your content though. Here's enough for a few more pints of fuel or beer, your choice. Hi to you and the missus, and of course Jack.
Oh, thank you very much, Sleepy Lab. Now, firstly, I don't expect everyone to always be here every stream. We all have lives to lead and stuff, so but thank you so much for popping in today. Very generous to your $20. And when it comes to actually drinking, I do prefer beer over fuel, but we'll perhaps get a little bit more Jet A1 in for our Concorde sector today. Thank you very much, Sleepy Lab. All good here in the Flight Deck to Sim household, both myself, Mariana, and Jack. Thank you very much, Sleepy Lab. Justin Reed, they're landing eastbound in Heathrow. Very good. Jambino, can you ask for priority landing like the real Concorde? Did they get priority in Heathrow and JFK? They did, because of this exact situation. They just don't have any capacity for carrying additional fuel. Now, another thing as well, if we were fully loaded, remember we're only taking 15 passengers today. When the aircraft's fully loaded, there isn't even that much capacity if you could to take that extra fuel, because the next factor is max landing weight. Now, when we flew the sector last week from New York to Barbados, I think I took half a load of passengers, so it was around 90-ish passengers, so actually about 2/3. And I think I landed with 25 tons of fuel, and I put on a little bit extra, about 10-15 minutes, but that's all I could get on, because I'd have otherwise been above the max landing weight. There isn't that much more capacity, so if the weather's bad, could they squeeze on a little bit of extra fuel? Yes, but they most likely had to burn it, but even if there was no delay. Very cool. Pint of fuel would only last for a second, though. Yes, pretty much. If it's as much wholesomeness. Thanks. Both flights are allowed to have a stream off now and again. I expect all members to be here every stream. No, not until life gets in the way. But it's so glad to have so many familiar faces here all the time. It's lovely. But yeah, it's amazing actually once you're in this phase here. Skipper and FO don't have too much to do. It's the engineers having to balance the fuel, which he's doing here quite nicely. You can see the CG's right where we want it to be, between the 4.5 limit. If I go here to the GUI, there you go. So engine 1, 2, 3 and 4 is fed by its each respective fuel tank, so tank 1, tank 2, tank 3 and tank 4. Always want to make sure they are full. Trim tanks to move the CG around, and then these are sort of like the main tanks to feed both the trim system and engine tanks as they get as the fuel gets burnt off. Now, I think in an absolute utter emergency situation, you can't actually land with 0 fuel. I think I read online when they get to 6.5 tons of fuel, so you're talking 2 tons per main engine tank. Once you get below that, the CG is going to go out of limits anyway, so the CG will go out of limits before you run out of fuel. But if you're flying around with 6 tons in Concorde, yeah, you're down to your last 10 minutes. So yeah, critical, super critical. Listerman, a stream vacation has to be requested in writing from the chief pilot. Unbelievable. Andre, it would be quite tricky holding like in the IR lessons back in flight school. This is exactly how you have to treat this aircraft though. It's all needles and dials, but that's the way I like it. Just about remember how to do it. SH4 on. Sean, not sure that's short for. What aircraft do you plan to fly next? We'll move on in real life other than the 737. Quite happy flying the 737 in my outfit, if I'm honest.
40,
not right now.
30.
I think anyone would be
20,
happy to retain any job.
10.
Very happy here. Thanks a lot to Geeky1 for the $5.
So I guess the question of the day is, how well does she glide, Captain?
That's the second glide-related running out of fuel donation that's come in today. Thank you very much to Geeky1 for the $5. Of all the commercial jet aircraft available, if I had to choose one to have an engine flame out with all engines due to fuel starvation, this is not the one. I do want to beg to believe what the... I don't even want to begin to believe what the drag ratio is on this aircraft. Not great, but yes, we won't let it get to that, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. Thank you very much to Geeky1 for your donation. Like I said, the one thing that is on our side today is the weather. The weather over the UK, glorious. High pressure, light winds, clear skies. Just a few scattered clouds. A Delta wing not good at gliding. It absolutely can. Approaching 58,000 feet. Gwen Jones ETA at Heathrow is going to be around 20-25 past 7. So an hour 50 from now. Yes, longer stream this one's going to be around 4.5-5 hours. But this is the absolute longest flight I could ever do in this aircraft. Could not make it any longer than this. Actually, not too far from the Azores. Just past the halfway point. So we've travelled about 1,800 miles. We've done 1,800, 1,900 miles now. Conventionally, this would take... Well, INS waypoint. What INS waypoint are you inbound to? Inbound to waypoint INS number 4, which is quite close to the Azores. We're going to be there in 16 minutes. Airborne now... How long for? Airborne at 13:51. It's going to be about, 2 hours over the Azores. Conventionally, if we were in a 757 today, it would have taken 4 hours and 50 minutes to get where we are. In Concorde, it's just taken 2 hours. Dynasty, I hope everyone is enjoying their champagne and caviar. Weight was so critical, Dynasty 001. Everyone's got a bag of salad for today's meal. No liquids. Bag of watercress. Julian B, does Concorde have flaps? No flaps. Let's see if we can pick up a VOR then, okay. So here's our route. Just open SimBrief here. There we go. Interesting choice of music here. I'm definitely going to skip that one. So yes, there we are. It's just phenomenal, the distance travelled. So yeah, here's the Azores. We've got a VOR here actually, the Flores VOR. Let's see if we can tune it up. 13.3. There we are, look, it's actually picked the VOR up, which is pretty cool. I wonder how close the original Barbados Heathrow flight got to the Azores, because this flight plan is very much based off the original flight plan. But yeah, you could actually do a DOB update on the INS using this. Asa, I don't know if you can share this information, but what airline do you fly for? Very commonly asked question, buddy. You'll see someone will put in chat now a command just to explain the situation. But yes, that's what I don't disclose. I'm a captain for a European airline based in the UK. And my operator is well aware of what I do. They gave me permission to start the channel 4 years ago. It'll be 4. Oh, I can't believe the channel's 4 years old still. And yeah, that's it. I am even allowed to say who I work for, but I just choose not to do so. And thank you a lot for respecting my privacy on that. It's a member / moderator off to whoever can get the command up quickest. Ben Spouse, is it possible to see to do a DME update? Is that model? It is, you can do it. Does it actually affect the accuracy? I believe it doesn't. I've been advised that. I've done one before as a sort of test. In the 727 it did work, but last time I tried one in the Concorde, I think I messed up and the whole sim crashed because I put some coordinates incorrectly. So having tested sector multiple times, I've noted its accuracy seems to be bang on the routing, and I don't think it actually simulates any sort of drift. So I will be playing it safe today and not doing an update. However, I will demonstrate one soon in the because I want to fly the 727 sooner rather than later. Mama says, lol, fly a Concorde, Captain, a firm. John Paffel says, cheers everybody, hope your barbecue's going on beautifully. Ben Spouse says, don't risk that. I know, I don't, I've learned. But yeah, if it was a shorter 2-sector day in the 72 or the 737-200, I'd demonstrate that, because if the sim crashes, no problem, I can just go to the next sector. Now, as mentioned, I've done 3 test sectors. Two of the times the sim crashed. We discussed the cause of that earlier on in the stream with the INS, with that issue with SimBrief generating that coordinate as 49 degrees and 60 minutes, which is the same as north 50 degrees. That was the only thing I changed, because on both crashes it crashed at the same time, passing this waypoint. So I think it was the INS throwing a wobbly, and it has caused crashes for me in the past. So it's a bit temperamental. Don't like to touch it that much. It's not so much the INS. I think if you put the information, it just doesn't recognise that. Instead of throwing an error code, which I think the real INS would, it just crashes the whole sim. But the backup plan, if there is a crash of anything, the sim stops working, I'll log back in offline in Heathrow, and we'll just do a quick radar vector circuit. That way you get to see me at least land Heathrow. So that is the backup. I always kind of, these sort of epic adventure streams, have a backup plan if that was to happen. Julian, I heard cabin bags or every small check-in bag. It was only allowed on Concorde. The remaining bags would arrive on another BA flight. It's true. Yeah, they were very much limited on the size of their baggage. Very strict baggage allowance of their carry-on luggage. But you'll see the RMI needle will slowly change as we fly past the island. I'll try and have a look here. I don't have any ortho. Well, I did have ortho for the exhaust. I've now installed it, but it should be out of the window for Jim. Don't think we'll see anything here. So it'll come into view shortly. The GoPro camera view. There we go. Actually, you know what? Let's go outside. So, see if we can see the exhaust. I'll turn the noise down slightly. There we go. T7 driver, is it true non-RNAV aircraft can fly above flight level 90 in Europe? Yeah, there is a requirement now, because most of European upper airspace requires quite high level accuracy for RNAV systems. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Now, when we lose, let's say we're ML restricted, let's say by the FMC and operative, which can affect your ability to fly kind of precision RNAV or RNAV 1, I think you're also restricted by your height, but off the top of my head, I can't remember the figures. Again, that's something we'd reference in the MEL if we were to have a technical problem. Pretty much most of European airspace requires RNAV. Andrew Adam, was the engineer also a pilot? Don't think so. Probably a qualified pilot, but not on Concorde. I wonder if they worked up from engineer to FO and then to skipper. Not sure. Morris Debo. Interesting fact, did you know on the 7.3 the trim wheels are each made by different manufacturers? No clue. Really? Amazing fact. As people have any momentum on the shared cockpit, I thought this would be more common by now. Yeah, it's definitely improved significantly. Cookie, one of the members, does some shared cockpit flying with some other guys. I've heard it's quite good. So, yeah, a lot of people are putting me under pressure to do this. So, I'll think about it. Ah, there's Lars. PG, I hope Concorde is brought back into service. Fingers crossed. Very regrettably doubtful, I'm afraid. I mean, not only is it a great iconic aircraft and people would like to see it fly, but due to climate change, I should think this aircraft burning the best part of 90 tons of fuel on a typical sector. Not that much, but not to be ever feasible to do so. But you never know. I know there's something someone has or has a plan or wants to finance it, I believe, but I don't think it will happen, unfortunately. GS, the volume plugin you see, what is that? It's cool. It's called the B2 volume control. It's a very worthwhile plugin.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thanks a lot, Jonas. Says plays for $2. Says, I'm late again. How's it going, sir? Thank you very much. You don't need to call me sir at all, Jonas. Let's plays, but we're all good here. Just past the halfway point for our sector from Barbados to London Heathrow. So far, going swimmingly. Never say never here. Thank you very much. Yeah, unfortunately, it's quite cloudy over the Azores today. Yeah, it's just underneath these clouds around there, 50 miles away. We're waking up the residents, that's for sure. Yeah, Andy, you're quite right, yeah. It won't fly again. Airbus won't support the airframe and Rolls-Royce won't support the engines. Yeah, shame, but I mean the Olympus engines were the same. These same engines were on the Vulcan. I mean, you think about how old they are now. Yeah, Boom is another upcoming thing, but it could be like AV says. I'll believe it when I see it. It's a lot more work to be done on that project. But yeah, you're quite right. Yeah, Julian said it. Like, more environmental problems with Concorde, that it would be damaging the ozone layer since it increases so high. Well, not so much that, but as damaging the ozone layer. But it's just a gas guzzler, just against everything now. And you think about how modern jet aircraft, how efficient they are, and how much they can carry. John, also been given my first flying lesson for my birthday. /whiskey/flying lessons. Don't combine them. Top tip, John. Have a great day. Thanks a lot, John. That's very cool. Happy birthday, buddy. Can't see anything down there, but yeah, we're just... Ah, look! There's the Azores. Can you see it, guys? A little bit of the island in view. Very cool. I wonder, yeah, when they flew this sector, how close did they get to the Azores? It's obviously the sonic boom over a distance dissipates, the energy dissipates, but I reckon we're probably far enough not to cause an issue. Don't know. Captain TY, what's your current Magnum? Exactly Mach decimal 2. Step at 10, do you actually fly planes in real life? Yes, sir. I'm a skipper for a European airline. The channel's about 4 years old. And before you ask who you work for, that's something I wish not to disclose. Thank you. Oh, ha ha ha, Mach decimal 2. Ha 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 ha. Have I said that again today? I hope not. I didn't mention that last stream. Mach 2.0. T7 driver. A supersonic flyby, absolutely. Every time that's requested, it usually gets granted. Oh wait, no, before we do that, let me just turn the sound up, otherwise it'd be pointless. Again, they say. demonstration of how fast we're going. Hold on, let me go. I'll do this view and I'll stay in this view. Just watch the fly past here. There you go. So that's what it would look like if you were on a hot air balloon with Concorde going past. Andy, I love to visit the Concorde at Duxford. It's an utterly beautiful sight to see. I've been in that very Concorde several times, Andy. Very nice one there. Andrea, my ears. Thanks, Lot Bello 360 for the $5.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Yo, good evening, Captain. I
Yo.
went back to see the takeoff. That was an awesome climb out.
Thank you very much, Bello 360, $5. Very kind. Wicked takeoff. I'm very happy with that one. If you really enjoy watching departures, check out my last live stream in Concorde about a week and a half ago doing the Canarsie climb out in New York. I'm very happy with how that one went. That took some practice. But yeah, wicked aircraft. I don't know if I could do the approach and landing as much justice. It's much trickier. We'll see how we can get on. Thank you very much, buddy. Markton, I'm trying to learn flight sim so I can be better than my girlfriend when she gets back from her CPL in mess. I'm so competitive. I'm very cool when she's training as a pilot. Yeah, Mariana's got into a lot of gaming at the moment. She used to play, started off with kind of like Among Us. What is it now she's always playing? Valeriant? I don't know. I play a lot of Apex Legends at the moment, but I've kind of got off it a bit recently. The hot air balloon. Yes, I've heard about all these hot air balloons at the FSX. The whole meme things about it. Uh-oh, did I mispronounce it? I don't even know. I don't even know this game. It's worth fun. I basically should just never say anything in the stream. Oh, Paul, that's just reminded me. Paul saying to Andy, the flight engineer Roger made me chuckle about moving about on the power seat, making a whirring sound. Yes, that's actually modelled. I found that out earlier. Look at this. It's quite funny. Off to the toilet, are we, Jim? Very cool. Matty M, good evening. Just joined. How's the fuel situation? Not changed. It'll be quite critical when we get towards London. We're just about to fly over our next INS waypoint. Waypoint number 4. Guys, if you want to see where that is geographically, check out the my Instagram story. So this is waypoint number 4. We're flying over on the INS. Here, literally half a minute to go. 9 miles, 8 miles. So quick. Sounds like my uncle's stair lift. Quasimofo says I have one of the full motion sims. Tickets ready for when quarantine is over. Can't wait to use it. Very cool. There's this aggressive bank turn. Yeah, I think if they just, I don't know. I don't think Concorde would turn like that when it was doing Mach 2. You'd probably feel the G on a 30-degree angle of bank turn. You would feel the G in Mach 2. Tucker White. Forgive me if someone's already asked this. Well, how long is the flight? That's no problem. 3 hours 45 from the start. We were airborne at 15:51 Zulu UK time. Sims running 2 hours behind line time. So we've been airborne now for 2 hours, about 2 hours 10 minutes. So yeah, touching down around an hour and a half. If there's no problems. Andy says, "Oh wow, I knew you could move the seat in the IXCG, but I didn't know it worked in Concorde. We'll be playing with that tomorrow." Amazing. Brent, good afternoon, Captain. Happy to see you in Concorde again. Such a spectacular aircraft. Absolutely. It's good fun to be in this aircraft again. Although, sometimes I wonder why do I put myself under so much pressure flying it online. No, I'm only joking. But I like to do everything as realistically as possible in the rules. And this is basically like making you fly a flight and arriving with minimum fuel. aircraft, which is probably one of the most challenging kind of Western aircraft to fly. I would still put it below the Tupolev for me. The Tupolev is just a... Wow, yeah, I will fly it again soon, I promise, but I really have to build myself up to fly that. It's so tough. But this is the second hardest for sure. Especially on approach. Very tricky. Ben Matthews will be doing another get-together on VATSIM at a small airport for beginners. Did wonders for me on VATSIM for confidence. Yeah, I mean, the best way of doing that, Ben, is check out with the guys on Discord. They're always doing little group flights as well. I've not really organised anything like that. We do our monthly group flights, which usually entails 50 of us going from A to B. But VATSIM do a lot of these new wings events. That's what you want to keep an eye out for. Go on the VATSIM events page, check out what they're doing. They are very useful for beginners on VATSIM. Louis, actually the T154 is much easier than this. Oh, well, I suppose in a way, once you get to know that aircraft, is good. I think this aircraft's a bit tricky to manage in descent and climb, and on approach, very, very difficult, I have to admit. Yeah, you know what, now you've said that. Once I'd flown the Tupolev and done a second stream, the second stream was much easier than the first. That took a lot of preparing and learning as well. And then the last stream we did a Tupolev into Duxford. That was, again, one of those streams where I put myself under a lot of pressure, but it's really entertaining, I know, for you guys to watch. So I like to do these sort of flights. Yeah, you know what, you could be right. I put it along there. No problem, Ben. And always feel free to DM me on Discord if you have any questions about that. Real Jeremiah says, can we have a quick tour of the primary instruments? Well, I'll have a little look around for you. I mean, it is a very standard instrument layout here. Your most important instrument, which is your attitude indicator, which is like a nav ball in Kerbal Space Program. But this came first. Airspeed, obviously in knots. Indicated airspeed 447 knots because the air is not very dense here. That speed at this altitude is Mach 2, which is the important speed you want to be using at this phase of flight. Standby airspeed indicator, I think this is your angular attack position. DME from your tuned VORs, which is the one of the islands in the Azores, and the RMI pointing towards both of those needles because they're tuned on nav 1 and 2. HSI, primary navigational instrument, there's a backup RMI here. Clock, altimeter, radio altimeter, standby artificial horizon, IVSI, engine instruments, so N2 interestingly at the top, and that's the primary engine instrument. N1 fuel flow EGT, and I think this is the position of the ramps. I'm not sure. Not sure about that one actually. INS, there's 3 or 2 inputs, and a second one here. But there's 3 INSs, but 2 INS computers, I think. This information provides information for the passengers at the back, so I think they updated that with the air data computer. Temperatures of the skin, position of the elevons. Visor, anti-skid system, same instruments for Jim, the first officer, and you can choose which computers control the instruments as well. That's it. MCP and the nav 1 and 2. Very conventional layout for a Western jet aircraft. Andy, I love how Flight Sim will tackle this and the Tupolev 154 yet regards the A320 family as witchcraft. I'll fly it again soon. I've got the all the Tolis aircraft. Tolis very kindly gave me a pre-release version of the A321, which I streamed. That was the last modern Airbus I flew. So yes, maybe I'll push it out the hangar again sometime soon. The A300 I love flying because the A300, I honestly think the Airbus A300 is more Boeing than Airbus when you compare the modern Airbus, that is. Gintaris, it would be amazing to see another Tupolev 154 stream 30 years ago. We had quite a lot of them flying from Vilnius to Moscow. We even have a couple of our own under Lithuanian Airlines. Very cool, Gintaris. Now, you mentioned last stream, and a lot of other Lithuanian subscribers have said It's been some time since, well, I say some time, we've never visited Lithuania. I think it's one of the few countries left we haven't visited, so I will hopefully in the next month or two piece together a little stream in Lithuania, a 2-sector perhaps, so we can have a little explore. But yes, one of the flights in the Tu-154 I have had in mind for a while is from Moscow to possibly back to Svalbard, because we have the scenery for all that, and that's where we took the 727 once. And I think that was an actual route flown by the 154. Ben Matthews, what do you like about the Airbus, bar the A300 of course? The tray table. It's all banter, guys. Eric Place would like a transatlantic flight in a microlight. Alaskam says, I don't know why, but the A300 cockpit feels home, as it feels like you have all the control you want. It's also very easy to fly with a mouse. Louis said to Gintara's had a great time in Lithuania. Vilnius, Moscow and the T154 upvoted. Oh well, if that's the suggested routing, I'll take that into account. Yeah, Lars, Moscow Svalbard would be a rather long one. Yeah, true. But, I mean, the Tu-154 was one of the quickest subsonic jets there was. I think that cruised it. Was it 0.85, 0.86? Very fast. There we are, 3 hours into stream, ladies and gentlemen. Approaching the two-thirds of the waypoint. Let's bring up graph for you. There we are. So yeah, I mean, crazy, absolutely crazy how far we've flown. Every time I look at it, it's just like, wow, 2 hours 15 minutes airborne. 2 hours 15. We'd be starting up our, if we flew from, I'm comparing it today to London to Alicante. If we were doing this flight, I'd be getting ready now, handing over controls to the FO to start setting up for the approach into Alicante. The same amount of time we'll be starting up for our approach into Heathrow. I mean, it's just the distance you travel and the time is just, that's the whole world. I mean, just wow. Anyway, we'll be shortly leaving Santa Maria Oceanic for Shandwick. So we'll have done a position report here. Next waypoint's there. This is the last kind of coordinates we use. Then we'll be leaving Oceanic airspace at Takaz, which is up ahead here. Takaz, 3 hours into the flight, 3 hours 5 minutes based off my calculations. As I said, we've been airborne now for 2 hours 20. Ooh, what's that? Banana bread cake? Mariana's made some banana bread. Or was it banana bread? Very nice. I won't have it now because eating and streaming don't really go that well together. Don't, because it's going to make me really hungry. Smells great, thank you. Where's Jack? He'll sniff it. Actually, don't bring him here. Matas Mars suggests Athens to Prague on one engine. Deborah, does Vansim have control for the Oceanic FIRs? They do. They have Oceanic simulated. We've done a few, lots of sectors with Oceanic control. We've done our position reports, and now they actually have like a simulated ACAR system where you can use a web browser and a website to do position reports. It's pretty cool. Jonas Let's Plays, I read that engine bleed on the 737 has to be off the startup. Is that true? No, we don't turn the engine bleeds off at all in any phase, even on the shutdown. Lunchbox, have you ever flown jump seat on a larger aircraft? Does that make the 7.3 cockpit feel so much smaller when you're back in as PIC? I've not flown, I've been in several aircraft, but yes, the height above the ground does stark as something quite incredible. But when I first flew the 737 on my base training, or my circuit training, that was the first thing that I thought. I'd only flown Cessnas and Senecas beforehand. First thing I thought was, I'm so high off the ground compared to what you're used to. But then you quickly acclimatise to it. Moen, you'll be overtaking us slow packers at Tikaz. how are you guys getting on? Am I going a lot quicker than you thought? Because I think we tried to time the ETAs. So around the...
Fuel status, 40 tons.
They are 40 tons of fuel left. Thanks, Jim. He's very attentive today. I think I can see you guys on the VATSIM map. Yes, Alpaca 2.4 and Alpaca 2.8 Mike. I see you both. Yeah, I can see myself, AV, and Freckles, the three of us, blasting over the Atlantic behind you. Oh my god, let me have a look at the Heathrow map then on VATSIM. What's the situation? Okay, it doesn't look so bad. There's a lot of aircraft on the ground in Heathrow, but I can't see any aircraft on the approach. Okay, I mean, it's going to be another hour and a bit until we make an approach, but yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, I'd like to think on this event, if people are signing up now in Geneva... oh yeah, let's have a look at... No, Zurich, isn't it? How busy is it in Zurich? If it's really busy in Zurich, I know full well all that traffic is going into Stadsted. No, it's not too bad in Zurich. Oh, could get lucky here, guys. There's less than a dozen aircraft in Zurich, but I know there's 50 odd aircraft inbound to Heathrow, so yeah, it's not just Zurich in the event, there's lots of other traffic there. But right now, I can't see any aircraft, maybe a couple of aircraft being vectored. Fingers crossed. Lasgam, do you have any tutorials for the route planning in the FMC on the 738? I have. Problem of not knowing when the top of descent is. Lasgam, I have a full cold and dark tutorial, but you want to calculate top of descent. Well, the great thing is the FMC, once it's loaded correctly, will give you an estimated top of descent position. It's approximately 3 times your height above the ground. So if you're at 30,000 feet, your top of descent will be approximately 90 miles away from your destination. If you have a look on YouTube and search Flight Deck to Sim Zibo full flight tutorial, I have a full flight tutorial that's pretty popular. Now I have actually had loads of requests to have that updated, because when I did my Zibo 737 full flight tutorial, it was actually when I was quite new onto the Zibo mod, flying it when I was invited to provide some feedback and testing. And I mean, it was before there was an EFB or anything like that, so I have been toying with the idea of updating it. I mean, I've been toying with the idea of doing tutorials for the last kind of couple of months, and I said I've been doing several, but it's actually, I have plenty of time off at the moment, but I far rather plan doing the streams, because I find them more enjoyable to do. I love the interactivity, I love planning them and flying and testing myself on new aircraft. So yeah, and now I'm a real perfectionist when it comes to tutorials, so the last one I made, which was on how to intercept a glide slope from above, which was requested by so many people, because I wanted to see the 737. That took me a whole, 2 days to record and edit, because I made so many mistakes. But yeah, I'll have a tour of that. But yeah, going back to your original question, yeah, I should have you covered with an earlier tutorial. I think Heathrow has a lot of traffic because PMDG released a new 777 update. Ah, okay. So everyone's in their 777s, their Speedbird call sign. Cool. Alright then, guys, what I'm going to do is just have a quick, another quick 5-minute break here. I know it was only about less than an hour since I had my last one, but it's quite a long flight, this one, and it's going to be very busy on the approach here, so I just want to, you know, get myself all restored, ready for the approach, if you know what I mean. So I'll go start the John Deere tractor up, if you know what I mean, back in the cabin. I'll be going to do that. Guys, I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Thank you very much. Excellent. That's better. I was just having a look at the chat there. Yes, not only did I relieve myself, I also did make myself a small slice of banana cake from Barbados. Right. Let's have a look at the Phantom situation. So, as you know, London upper airspace are online, so probably have to descend ourselves, but that's not a bad thing. We can descend as optimally as possible without the constraints of ATC. That would be great. We're down to our last 36 tons of fuel. So yeah, we're burning at the moment 20 tons an hour. So we can fly for another hour at this speed. So we'll be descending before then. But the fuel burn in the supersonic phase, if we're around the TMA level, is very high. The fuel burn's very high. So yeah, I'm genuinely a bit nervous if we're going to play this properly. So we'll have a look at the situation when we get closer. We'll advise ATC if remember Mayday fuel's the last, so minimum fuel will be the first call we make. We'll have
30,
a look at the situation.
20.
The magic
10.
number is 13 tons, guys. If we see we're going to land there's less than 13 tons, we need to make the Mayday call.
A small donation to assist with any bribes necessary to jump the queues at Heathrow.
Thanks, John.
Fantastic stream as always, Captain. Thank you.
That's very kind of you, John. Thank you very much for the £10. Yes, that might go a long way towards getting the controllers to give us some priority. Very kind of you, John. Thank you so much, and I'm glad you've enjoyed the stream so far, and I hope you enjoy the rest of it. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Punk Heathrow, any refresh, Captain? Absolutely. Great. Right, let's bring up Navigraph again for you. Click into it. There we are. Yeah, look at that. So, just about to leave Santa Maria into Shamwick Oceanic Airspace. And again, there's no Oceanic ATC online today. And we'll then be routing direct to our exit point for the Oceanic Airspace, which is Takaz. Now, when we get to Takaz, they're going to make a further right turn and then route towards Ortak. Now, the idea of this routing is, instead of going along the south coast here, where we'd have to slow right down, we're going to maintain supersonic flight as late as possible. Now, I mentioned earlier, what's the best point to initiate topper descent in Concorde? It's actually quoted by a BA captain online as it's just around 200 nautical miles from touchdown, or the point at which you reach over the land 100 miles before you reach over the land, so you're going subsonic by the time you are there. So, based off that information working off backwards, Ortak is around 124 nautical miles from touchdown. So if we take 100 miles from Ortak, that's 224 miles. So when we're 100 miles from Ortak, that is where we're going to initiate our descent into London Heathrow. And at 20 miles, just give me a little bit of breathing room, just to ensure that if we end up a little bit higher, going to lose the space. But it's not a bad thing, delaying it slightly. So around 100 miles from Ortak, we'll initiate our descent. So, let's start setting up for the approach. Now, I believe it's the easterly runways in use at Heathrow. I'm just going to get the latest meta. So, right now, London Heathrow. It is 070 at 4 knots, no clouds, 9 degrees, 1040. The scales off the chart, for the pressure is so high. So, interesting, they might be using 27 in real life because they prefer that, I believe. But I believe on VATSIM, someone did advise they're using runway 09. Now, I'm quite familiar with Heathrow. I believe the preferential landing runway is 09 right, I think, which will be good for us because I want to park where Concorde used to park with Speedbird, which is on the southern terminal where near T4 is. That's where I'd like to park. So I believe I like to keep the streams as interactive as possible. You guys are my eyes and ears and first officers. I'm going to plan for 09 right into Heathrow this evening. I'm looking on the VATSIM map. I can see they're departing on 09 left. So yeah, I'll go off that plan here. Kind of games. Have you flushed the lab toilet today? Yes. Is it like jar design safety fit? I'm out of context of that conversation. How's the FSC or whatever they call it in Airbus? As McCarran. I was looking back at earlier conversations. They call it something else, don't they? Say hi to me. Hello, Bob. Welcome to the stream. But keep it all nice and calm, otherwise you'll get timed out. MC349 Triple I is bingo fuel. I think it was a military term. That's a military term. This bingo fuel. Cool. So that's what we're gonna plan on flying today. So 100 miles from Ortac, we'll initiate our descent. That's gonna be around here. Okay. So flying towards Ortac, which is our 7th programmed INS waypoint. We're gonna make a left turn towards Hazel. There we are. We're just entering Shanwick airspace, Oceanic airspace now over that waypoint as we turn left. We're going to fly towards Hazel, which is the beginning of our arrival into London Heathrow. So let me grab the charts for that. Just to show you, if we were flying in a 757, this is the waypoint we're overhead now, we would have been airborne for 5 hours and 52 minutes. There we are, and we've actually been airborne now for 30:51. An hour and a half. So 2.5 hours, sorry, not an hour and a half. So yeah, that just shows you how quick Concorde is, twice as fast. So let's grab the charts. So Heathrow arrivals. It's the only RNAV arrival we can fly. The Hazel 1 Hotel actually works out quite well. It's an RNAV 5, so all the others are RNAV 1, which requires an FMC to input the data, and I think you need GNSS. RNAV 5 doesn't actually require an FMC or GPS, and you have to be within 5 miles accurate here. And the INS is taking us straight from Hazel to Ockham VOR, and when we get closer, I'm going to revert to conventional nav and tune at Ockham VOR, which I can actually do now, so I'll put it 15.3. It's going to be Hazel at flight level 130, and then Lima, S01, max 250 knots to Ockham. One of two things will happen at Ockham. If we're under London Heathrow approach by then, prior to Ockham, we should get vectors onto 09, hopefully before then, so we can just get a bit of a shortcut and go straight onto the ILS. If not, we have to enter the hold, which is a bit of an extreme angle here. What's that? Inbound 048, we're 328. It's very close to a parallel. It'll be a direct parallel, probably parallel entry, so you make a right turn and then back into the beacon essentially. Well, it's just pretty much direct, but you'll overshoot with a parallel. But I don't expect that to happen unless it's very busy. If it is the case, they tell us to hold, I'll declare minimum fuel straight away. If they say hold at Ockham, I'll say Alpaca Concorde 01 Charlie, minimum fuel. Hopefully we'll then get, before that though, we'll have an estimated approach time. If we don't get estimated approach time, I'll then declare minimum fuel. If they then say no, you're going to have to hold for 20 minutes, it'll be a Mayday most likely, because we're going to be with less than 45 minutes of fuel, and then we'll work from there. But that is how it was for Concorde. They always get preference on these sort of sectors. Anyway, we've discussed that. Now there is a transition here from Ockham, so if there's no radar available, you can actually fly this transition from Ockham to the respective ILS using conventional navigation. So we'll keep that chart up as a backup, and I am going to plan for 09 right. So just taking note of the frequencies, because I can't tune them because I don't have an FMC. You'll need to use Ockham first, but when we are on vectors and the radar control, I'll set the ILS, I'll set the course to 089. The minimums are 275. Now there's no minimums call with the Colimata Concorde, unfortunately, but there are some little bugs you can set on the altimeter. So that is 275 feet. Very high pressure today, so when we set 1040, your height's going to jump loads. So just something to bear in mind there. But yeah, we'll set what's those minimums? 275. I mean, there's so many little bugs here they've modelled. Let's put the red and yellow bug to 275. There we go. So that's minimums. I'll also set this to 200, and that way we'll get a nice big decision height light come on at minimums. There we go. Andy, it should be 09 left. Okay. Okay. I mean, I might. Interesting. So I might request 09 right. The reason is it's going to be a much shorter taxi for us, because I would like to park here on the Victor taxiway. So yes, it doesn't make much difference, no, but it'd be interesting. I'd love to have the input from you guys. That's why I love doing these streams, because the first officer now, or the pilot monitoring will be working out, trying to find out the information on the ATIS. We're too far out now, but I'll try and find out. But yeah, I'll see. I might request 09 right, because I think they're departing on 09 left. If they're simulating real world ops where they're using just a single runway at the moment, I won't have any choice. But I think we'll go for 09 right. I can easily change I just have to change the frequency. That's it. It's the runway QDM's the same, and 09 right sooner. So if we plan for that, it'll be the worst case. So frequencies, courses, minimums. I won't set the courses yet either. Yeah, so procedural approach vectors onto the ILS. Platforms at 2,500 feet, which you intercept at 7.5 dB. I'm not going to try any fancy CDAs today. I'm going to try and level off at 2,500 feet nice and early. So no, departures are on 09 right. So I think you guys are really pointing towards me using 09 left. Okay, I'll plan that then. Well, let's go for what I'll do, I'll leave 09 right up, because that's what I'm going to request, because that will significantly save taxi time. And I'll also bring up 09 left here, so I can easily switch between the two. All I need to change is the frequency 1095 to 1103, and the minimums are 4 feet. So yeah, that's the only changes. And the missed approach for 9 left is a left turn, 036 to 3,000 feet. For 09 right, it's straight ahead. So slightly different missed approaches. That's the only thing we're going to bear in mind. But which one it is, it doesn't matter. But if you guys are saying 09 left, we'll definitely plan on that. That's it. And then when we land, if we land by some miracle, yeah, depends where we vacate. If we can get 09 right, great. I'll plan to vacate here as Sierra 4 Echo. Very short taxi for Victor. If it's 09 left, I'll try and... I want to vacate expeditiously for ATC, but we'll probably taxi on Lima Alpha, cross 27 left, and then go that way. Now, I know there's a more detailed stand here, because they've got funny names, haven't they, for all the way points here. There we go. So Titan Sand and all this stuff. So yeah, we'll use that chart. So there we go. And we'll also request to park then on Terminal 4 at Victor. So I just need the parking stands chart. Lots of charts today. There we go. I think we've covered everything today. So that's the approach briefing. That's everything tuned for now. Let's have a little chat about the descent and how we're going to manage it here. So we're approaching... How many minutes have we got? 21 minutes until we reach UK airspace, okay? From TACAS, we're going to carry on towards ORTAC. 100 miles before ORTAC, we'll initiate our descent. It's around 200 miles to go. And then how we're going to firstly manage this supersonic descent, okay? Now with the Concorde engines, you've got to be very careful with how you reduce thrust. You can't go straight to idle like you would in a 737 at top of descent. If you do that in Concorde, you're going to surge the engines. They need this airflow at this rate to keep coming in because of the position of the ramps, which are slowing that air down to a subsonic speed. So the steps we take, which I've been advised based on my last few live streams, is the following few steps, which I've kind of been doing, is just slightly configuring in a little bit more of a realistic way. So we're going to disengage, we're approaching 60,000 feet here, so we're going to have to level off first. But we'll disengage, max climb, max cruise, and out hold if it's engaged. Engage, out hold. Reduce thrust around 94% N2, but no less. And there's a little position here called TLA. I think it stands for thrust lever angle, and we're going to set the thrust there at no less until you're below Mach 1.5. And the aircraft will start slowing down. When we get to 360 knots indicated airspeed, which is about 1.6 at 60,000 feet, we're going to engage vertical speed and just do a very shallow descent initially. And then when we get to 350 knots, I'm going to engage IS hold, and the aircraft's going to descend at 350 knots. The aircraft will initially pitch quite a gentle descent, and then as we get a little bit more drag around Mach 1.5, excuse me, the rate of descent will increase quite quickly, and once we're below Mach decimal 1.5, we can reduce the thrust down to no less than 77%, and that can really increase the rate of descent to get down quickly. And then when you're below Mach 1, you're free to have the full thrust regime. But yeah, those are the steps we're going to take. Well, again, when we're going through it, we'll step through each phase, explain what I'm doing, and that's how the boys and girls did it back in the day. So we'll have a go doing that. Brad, how does the navigation work on this? I'm guessing there's no FMC. There isn't. We're using an inertial navigation system, the SEVA INS. Well, I've actually got the shortcut for it here. And that's a self-contained navigation system which uses accelerometers and gyroscopes to work out your initial position. And it knows exactly where you are with no external input. We can update its accuracy using DME. But yeah, very clever. Bit of kit. Very funny, Punk. Yeah, maybe it was the cake. Andre, why do you want to park at Victor? I am led to believe that is where Concorde used to park, so for the sake of historic realism, that's where I'd like to park as well. John Panfield, is it right that you can't apply brakes until below 100 knots when landing? Correct. So you land, or smash it down in today's case, derotate the nose, you select tide reverse. Once the nose wheel's down, you can then select reverse, max reverse thrust. You can already have it deployed, but no braking till below 100 knots, otherwise you'll cook the brakes. It's quite funny, our airspace, funny enough, I'll show our routing again, hold on. We don't actually get anywhere near Shamwick ATC, but the Shamwick VATSIM controller actually has a big chunk of airspace like this, so I wonder if Shamwick will want me to call it. They usually give you a ding on VATSIM. But yeah, there's no VATSIM until we kind of get around here from London, so yeah, we'll see how we get on. Ooh, it's very exciting. So the approach speeds, guys, as well, in the little GUI here are incorrect. So basically they have a VREF. It does update, yeah, 198, but that's way too fast. Someone pointed out last stream that this is not correct. So the actual VREF, I have a table online, which someone sent to me, which is quite useful. It's basically all the VREF speeds based off your gross weight. We're going to be landing at around 100 tons today, so our VREF is going to be around 160-ish knots. I'm going to add a bit on top of that just to be on the safe side, because last stream I landed at 190 quite well. I was quite happy to do that because I tried it at 170, 160. I flared and it didn't do anything. So I don't know if it's the Colimata. I've added a few knots to the VREF just to ensure the aircraft's correct in X-plane. But I flew in at 170. I did a few practice landings, and I flared. It just rotates around its axis. It doesn't actually slow its rate of descent down. And I landed it said wasted on the landing calculator. So I'm gonna add probably just 15 knots on top of that. So probably instead of flying, what does it say, 160, I'll probably fly around 175. Or try to. It's very tricky to maintain speed here flying manually. Shamwick was on earlier, but they quit. That's a shame, plainly.
60,000 feet. Maximum flight level.
Right, so this is can't go any higher now, and if you leave it in max climb, max cruise, it will carry on going higher. So what I'm going to push is out quiet, straight to out hold, and now got to be careful. Now I can engage Mach hold and the auto throttle, but I believe you've got to be really careful with this because the auto throttle could reduce thrust beyond its minimum amount here. So I'll keep an eye on it. It might be okay, but it's already crept up a little bit. Look, to 2.02. Can't go above 2.05, otherwise that's MMO. There we are. So yeah, I think we're okay here. Moon goal 160 is too slow, 180ish is perfect, 200 is brutal. Well, based off our weight off the original Concorde manual, our VREF is 160 knots plus 7, so your fly would be 167 knots. But yeah, I think 180 is a nice, safe-ish speed. 7 dislikes it back at, unbelievable. Some people just don't like Concorde, don't like my content. However, I will request, if you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button. Perhaps you want to fly the Colimata Concorde in the future, and then you could reference all your liked videos to see this prime example of quality content guidance. Thank you very much, guys, but I do appreciate the thumbs up. Finley, back from dinner, fuel is looking a bit low. Yeah, 30 tons. We'll put it this way, when we last flew this aircraft into Barbados a week and a half ago, I was already on the approach. I think we landed around 20-25 tons. Oh dear. Probably Greg 7X Concorde pilots, maybe. Andy, you dared to use a VRF of 170 yesterday. It did not go well. Yeah, I don't know if it's... I'm sure Colimata are well aware of the correct VRF speeds. It's easily accessible. But I've got a funny feeling. I don't know. I'm guessing here. Why is it saying this speed? It's way too fast for sure, based off the original speeds. But is it a limitation with X-Plane and you know, element blade theory and the shape of the aerodrome? I tried it as well, 170. I literally just pitched up and it didn't do anything. It just rotated around the axis. It was really smooth as well. It wasn't aggressive pitch, and it just carried on descending at the same rate of descent. It was at like a minus 750. Robert Adcock, Heathrow currently showing 51 arrivals on the VATSIM map. Thanks for reminding me. However, I do believe a lot of those arrivals are probably very far away from Heathrow, I'd like to think. Because if you actually look on the VATSIM map, there doesn't seem to be a lot going on in the airspace around Heathrow. I can see an aircraft on final, or 2 aircraft on final now, and that is it. So I really hope they can cater us here. And yes, I did say, just to make sure, we did go for 09 left as the primary, didn't we? 103, 89, 2279. Yeah. Just make sure we select the right ILS, guys. Andy, attitude was too high. Tail will hit first. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the slower you go, the angle attack needs to be, the attitude needs to be increased to maintain the same amount of lift. So you're going to be risking a tail strike in that situation. So cool. There is 60,000 feet. That's a record. That's as high as we've ever flown on a live stream. Clinton, maybe one more flyby before you get too busy. Yes, we'll do a few more. Don't worry. So remember, I'm running the stream minus 2 hours behind live time, so will most likely be set, if not setting, at this stage. Liam Bike, how do you enter a holding Concorde? There's no system that's going to do it for you automatically. It's old school stuff, guy. Liam, RMIs, needles, headings, working out your speeds and times based on your altitude. Domino Mosina, 15 planes have ETA before you on Heathrow, the rest have a later ETA. Okay, that's good. That's really good. I think the timing of this flight was okay, but yeah, let's see what happens. Ooh, it's very, very exciting. For you it is, not for me. Oh dear. HD Simulations, hi, hope to fly the supersonic jet soon. We'll be watching all flights closely. Hello, thanks buddy. Punk, starting to appreciate the longer Ds. Bring on spring and summer. Me too, I love it. It's my favourite time of the year. Louis, what is the nose temperature right now? I'm curious, let's have a look. It's a toasty, 121 degrees. 121 degrees, the actual outside air temperature is minus 56. What's that cool little yellow light? Just here. I think it's to do with the engine schedule. CTY, top descent, climb and cruise. Yeah, that's another thing as well. The checklist I've got is quite basic, so these are still in climb, they should be in cruise. And the checklist didn't reference that, so I'll move that there. Whether they're modelled and do anything, not sure. Turn the lighting up slightly because it will be a sunset by the time we get to Heathrow. Jonas Let's Plays, I hope it's not spamming, because I asked before, how do you perform a hold in a plane without an FMC or RNM equipment? Not spamming at all, but just as explained to Liam, you've got to work out your hold inbound direction and your QDM and work out if what type of entry it is. Is it a direct parallel or an offset? And then when you enter the hold, apply the entry procedure, and then depending on your height and speed is your timing for the hold, or if it's not based off a DME distance, that is. But yeah, check out my holding tutorial in the in the PMDG NGX. Yes, it is using the FMC to utilise all those tricks, but the same applies, and it gives you all the information you need. Paul Lally says, do I have time for one last glass of lovely alpaca bubbly before double descent? Asking for a friend. Bars open all day for our 15 passengers. Fish perhaps is going to be interesting. Yes. Getting close now, guys. Look at that. Streaming for 3 hours 40, and we've just crossed the Atlantic. What a machine. Approaching the oceanic exit point at Takas. There's no ATC online in this sector though, so we'll initiate descent ourselves. But London is online, as is Heathrow. Brent, any celebrities or royals on board today of the 15 passengers? I don't think so. Can't wait to see some suggestions in chat. Accounting Monster ETA around 25 minutes past 7. About 45-50 minutes from now. Deborah UK, thanks for looking at the yellow light indicates the supersonic. At least one of the reheat selectors is a CTY or contingency apparently. Okay. Louis, don't know about heat, but the aircraft expands due to heat and that is modelled, and you can see it in the cockpit. Yes, if you just tuned in here, just to show you guys, it's so cool that Colimata actually modelled this. Take a look at this panel gap between the engineer station and this panel here. You can see it's quite hard to measure anything in a sim like that. It's probably, what, 1.5 inches, 2 inches? When we're on the approach here. If I forget on the approach, tell me after landing, we'll make reference to that and you'll see the gap. You'll see the gap has shrunk. Jeffrey Clarkson on board moaning the bacon wasn't smoked. Yeah, didn't he thump the other TV presenter on a Concorde flight on the last one? Dear oh dear. It's quite funny because Jeremy Clarkson, I love watching Top Gear obviously. I don't know if any of you watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but he's the new host on that show. And he was actually asked a question. In what year was Concorde's last flight? And obviously he was on that very flight, but he couldn't remember. I think he got it wrong. John, can they model a virtual hat for you to place in that cab? Amazing. Brett, welcome back. Or I don't know if that's just the monthly renewal thing, but if it is, welcome back on board. We'll see you in Discord. Thanks, buddy. I don't know why that does that sometimes. Was he hosting the show or was he a guest? He was the host, Coda Games. He's the new host. BD Simar in Zebo, I'm flying to Dublin, but as I climbed 19,000 feet, my gear was not going up. What should I have done? Any suggestions in gear malfunctions? Zebo, I should think 40, BD Sim, you're going too fast. 30, so I'm going to slow down below the gear 10. Retraction speed. Race properly. Thanks, Jonas. Let's play again for €5.
Wondering if someone ever placed anything in that gap. I don't hope so. Laughing face.
I don't know what year I did my Jonas Let's Plays, but Very famously, a lot of the Concorde engineers put their hat on their last flight there, and I think the one in Seattle, I think, has the one with the hat in the panel gap there. Very cool. Thanks for the donation. Brett, it was just the monthly renewal, I think. Yeah, I think if I'm streaming and it comes up to the point where it's another month as a member, it does that. Because I've had so many people, I messaged people and they said, no, I never left. I was like, oh, okay. But thanks again, Brett, for your another month as a member. Alright, 50 miles until Takaz. Again, just to show everyone where we are. Approaching UK airspace. And then it'll be another 100 miles until we're away from Ortak, until we initiate our descent. What's the fuel situation? 27 tons. Remember, guys, this is the figure. You know, I always quote to you 2.4 tons an hour for the 737 is how much fuel we're burning. As far as I'm concerned, I wanted to find the figure online, but the figure I've found is around 25 tons per hour holding in the Concorde. So that makes it 12.5 tons for your final reserve. So let's call it 13. 13 tons is 30 minutes of fuel remaining. 13 tons. Okay. And we're still not descending yet. It's tight. But no cheating, guys. I'm not going to add fuel or anything like that. We'll see what happens. Oh my goodness me, I've just realised someone tried to contact me, but I missed the message. Because I had the sounds turned down. Just turn the music down. I'll talk to someone. 13115. Shannon sent good evening, Alpaca 01 Charlie, maintaining flight level 600, we're inbound to Takaz.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, Shannon control, hello, identified.
Thank you, sorry I missed your ping there.
That's no problem. Just for information, you'll be leaving in about 50 miles. If you need descent, you can just call me.
No, we'll need to maintain that level for a little bit longer, thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, so, yeah, I had the volume turned down for VATSIM, so he actually he called me up about 5 minutes ago, completely missed it. AV got myself a nice little pizza, very cool. We'll be descending in Concorde in that. Actually, I must be right behind you. Oh my god, actually I've just realised on VATSIM, I'm about to, look on the VATSIM map guys, I'm about to fly over some of our colleagues who are on the same sector. That's so cool. About to go and Alpaca 28 Mike. I hope I can actually see.
Alpaca 24 Shannon, leave my airspace. London top 5, one of the units come past the flight.
Oh, look! How cool is that? So that just gives you an impression.
Going to Alpaca 24, next to service, mate.
Gotta turn that down here, guys.
Yeah.
That just gives you an impression. There's a conventional.
Alpaca 3 Charlie Fox,
That's just a conventional aircraft flying at 38,000 feet at decimal 80. That just gives you an impression of the speed difference. Look at that. I don't know if you can see that tiny speck. How cool is this? Moen, is that you I'm about to fly over? Look at the speed difference. Oh, I know it's just a flight simulator, guys, but that is just awesome. That is just wicked. That just gives you an impression of the speed difference. Oh my goodness, when it's another cross the pond or something, I've so got to take Concorde. Moen, that's you, so awesome. See you later. That's just epic. We got anyone ahead? I think we've got some others. Yeah, a little bit further ahead, but there's going to be a couple more. Oh, look, I can see, look, there. Oh, just superb. Oh, they both are, look. That is just awesome. Yeah, see you later, guys.
Shannon control, hello, Alpaca Concorde 46, flight level 600.
amazing. It's just so cool. And
That's
yes, it's a
like a
simulator.
Pushback
We're all sat at
Concorde.
home
Yeah,
playing it on our
hello,
PCs, but that is an actual person there flying an aircraft on a sim. It's just wicked. There they both are. Look. Well, the idea was we were going to arrive at the same time, but we've made good progress. That's just awesome.
Alpaca Concorde 01 Charlie, use short but sweet. You can monitor Unicom now 122 decimal 8. Have a safe flight, goodbye.
122 decimal 8, thanks to ATC Alpaca 01 Charlie. Cheerio.
Yeah.
I suppose that I missed the Unicom call, Alpaca 1 Alpha 6.
Yeah, I didn't call you because you're away, but you can monitor Unicom now 122.
Right, let's go with Unicom. Cool. There's just, yeah, 100, we've got 80 miles to our top of descent, guys, so. Oh, look at that. There he is, look. Here we go. See you later. That just shows you the speed difference. What a machine. The more you pass, the better for arrivals. Absolutely Clinton car. Yes, I did. Well spotted, guys. Right, guys. 74 miles from top of descent. That really isn't that far. Enough time to do a briefing in another aircraft. But look there, look, land ahead. There is the chord of the UK. Land ahoy. Hard to see, but there we go. Oh. I'm thinking that was automatic lighting coming on. I hope so. I didn't press anything. Thanks, Jim. There we go. So yeah, I mean, I'm still quite far away from the coastline, so whether that would have an effect on them flying supersonic down here for the people on the Channel Islands and in UK, I don't know. But yeah, we're doing it. The longer we stay supersonic, the better for us for our fuel. If we start to descend too early and fly subsonic, it's not going to be great. Listed 80 miles, top of descent. Actually, no, 70 miles. Actually, now 50. It's so fast. Lee Jules, are you theoretically allowed to fly supersonic over that land of Sim? Yeah, I don't know what they'd say. I'm sure they wouldn't mind, but yeah, I'm not sure on that one. Cool. 25 tons of fuel remaining. We're okay at the moment. And obviously the fuel flow will decrease in the descent slightly. We have such a high thrust setting in the initial part of the descent, doesn't make much difference. 40 miles from top of descent. Yeah, looking still quiet enough in Heathrow. I can't see any holding going on. How's fuel? 25 tons, and we're burning 25 tons an hour. You do the maths. Quite glad I went live 2 hours behind live time so we can actually see the coastline. It's really cool. Ian Jackson, can you do an idle descent? No, you're going to damage the engine. It's going to have such a high thrust setting, literally pretty much full power for the initial part of a descent, just slowed down enough to get the drag in, slow you down. 20 miles till top of descent. Miles. Let's do another Mach 2 fly past. It'll be the last one. Oh yeah. definitely not doing it with the volume that low. That's better. 7 miles to go. Shall we do it, guys? Top of descents in chat. Let's go to Heathrow. So, the steps we're going to face. Do first then. Max climb, max cruise disengaged. Out hold engage. Auto throttle now disconnect.
Auto throttle off.
Reduce thrust to 94% N2, but no less. Otherwise, you're going to cause these engines to surge. So let's slowly. Ooh, don't go up. 94%. There we are. And we're going to have to now wait until we get to 360 knots. Okay? So we're not going to start descending just yet. We need to get the speed a little bit lower. There's another thing, apart from 94%, you can actually set the thrust to TLA. There you go. And yeah, the aircraft will slow down quite slowly initially, then the rate of deceleration will increase because the drag actually increases slightly at a slower Mach number. Get to work, Jim. I'll take that much thrust off a little bit. Too much. So yeah, the engines are pretty much still quite close to full power. As soon as we get to 360 knots, we're going to engage vertical speed, just start a very gentle descent. And then when we get to 350, we'll engage IS hold. And that's the most smoothest way of initiating descent. I think previously I was just going straight to vertical speed and dropping it down. This is the way they did it. So I've been told. Also, I've researched. Yeah, we should have delayed that top descent. Chat. But the descent will really speed up once you do start going down, and this is the most fuel efficient way of doing it. Here comes 360 knots. Mach 1.7. There we are. Let's engage vertical speed now. There's 360 knots. The aircraft's going to start to descend now, just initially until it gets to 350. As soon as it gets to 350, engage IS hold, and the aircraft, like level change into 7.3, will pitch to maintain 350, keeping the thrust where it is. There's 350 knots, IS hold, the aircraft will now again slowly further pitch down to maintain 350 knots, and down we go. Have any ex-Concorde pilots helped you? I have had help from someone who has spoken to an ex-Concorde pilot who knows him personally, and he gave me some tips here. And he said he was very impressed with my previous ones, but he just had to polish it off. There we go. So we're going to maintain 350 knots initially, and then you have an option when you get to around Mach decimal 1.5, which is where we are now. Once you're below 1.5, you can further reduce the thrust to increase your rate of descent. Seeing where you are and stuff. Now we're approaching waypoint Ortac, so let me show you here on Navigraph. Bring up Navigraph for myself. There we are. So yeah, there's Ortac, and then we're making a left turn towards the beginning of the arrival, which is Hazel, and then we're going to fly that star. Oh wow, it's gone very bright in the simulator here. It always does this around sunset. Only 24 tons of fuel left, I know. Now she's really beginning to increase that rate of descent. The drag's really increasing around Mach 1.3. Clinton Cart, do you have to report descent? There's no ATC, however. VATSIM have just pinged me, and they said contact 12942. I think I'm going to turn the music off for this. Right, let's give them a well. London Centre, good evening. Alpaca Concorde 01 Charlie descending to flight level 300, inbound to Ortac. Forgot to set 300 here. So that's just a random flight level I've set.
Alpaca 01 Charlie under control. Descend flight level 130 to be level by Hazel.
Descend flight level 130, level by Hazel, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Excellent, so that's the expected routine on the arrival.
Swift 8 Mike Delta passing up flight level 1454170 directly. Bogna.
This guy's very softly spoken. So I'm actually going to now reduce, because below 1.5, the thrust to 77% N2. And that will really increase our rate of descent as well. So that sounds like it's quite enough to get that restriction all the way to Hazel. Oh, trim for descent, yes. Now, someone actually told me it's a bit trivial in the Colimata. I mean, you do that and look at the descent go. I mean, it just goes balmy off the scale. I mean, that is like space shuttle re-entry rates of descent when you retrim the fuel. But yes, I need to have that phase. We had that last stream in a turn, and it was doing like 20,000 feet per minute.
150 Swift 8 Mike Delta.
As soon as we pick up Ockham as well on the VOR, once we pass Hazel, we'll switch to radio nav as well. There we are, now we're back to Hazel. It says 7 minutes to go. Remember, we're still slowing down very quickly as well. And we're maintaining 350 knots in the descent. I don't ever trim for descent, only landing. Trim for descent is so extreme. Yeah, that's what some people commented on last stream as well. I mean, look at this. This rate of descent is crazy. Anyway, inbound to Hazel. That's the beginning of our arrival. And to be level there at flight level 130, so we can do some maths once we get to subsonic speed to work out what our target rate of descent is. I just want to get into the kind of subsonic flight regime. We're just above Mach decimal 1 here. There's the Isle of Wight directly ahead. How's the current fuel situation? We have 23 tons, so we've got 10 tons until we're in a critical fuel situation. So we've got less than an hour's endurance now. Endurance is about an hour, maybe slightly less. How's the temperature and gap? Let's have a look at the gap. We're now subsonic. There you go. You can see the gap's definitely gotten smaller. Very, very cool, isn't it? And now we're subsonic. I'm going to revert now to vertical speeds. Engage the order from now. I'm going to actually set a target rate of descent based on our ETA to our waypoint. We can do a bit of maths here. So it's just simple maths. Of course, you might be slowing down as well, so your ETA might change. So we know we need to be at 13,000 feet by Hazel. We're at 30,000 feet. So that means we need to lose 17,000 feet. 17,000 feet in 6 minutes. We need to maintain a rate of descent around 2,800 feet per minute. Let's call it 3,000 feet. So I'm going to set 3,000 feet. And that's a good way to ensure that you maintain, make your restrictions online here. And we're going to go down at 350 knots. Yeah, very happy to have brought the time back a couple of hours. Beautiful. Domino Mosina, how would passengers feel such descent speeds? I mean, because the Concorde's altitude is so high in normal flight, probably not. But that rate of descent when you're trimming for descent, the Colimata is a little bit, yeah, that's a bit extreme. My pressurization might struggle to keep up with that, perhaps. Got the skyline, I know. Well, no more sonic booms, but we'll do a little fly past. What an aircraft. Well spotted. Looks like Occam VR has been picked up. That's great. So initially what I'll do is set the 048 course for that. So when we get to Hazel, we can revert to conventional navigation. Turn off the INS. And we've got 130 plugged in. 5 minutes to go until we get to Hazel as well, at 25,000 feet. Need to go down to 13,000 feet, so we need to lose 12,000 feet. Divide that by 5, about 2,500 feet per minute we need to maintain. It's just about fine-tuning it. So it's quite helpful, the Colimata. I think they've just modelled using the mouse wheel to change the targets here, but I think you can, in the real Concorde, it was changed by a couple of gauges. These down here, Greenpeace will not be impressed, absolutely not. So maintain 350 knots until we need to slow down to 250 below 10,000 feet. Fuel's okay. It definitely helped. Like one of the test sectors, I was below 20 tons at this stage, and that was a really efficient climb we did and minimal delay for taxi. This is right on the edge of Concorde's range, this flight.
US 139, London Center, good evening, on flight level 150, climb level 170, heading 175.
There's the Isle of Wight. This is all true Earth scenery, guys. What a view.
612, climb flight level 3501, conversion maintain Mach decimal 78.
Up to 350 and on conversion Mach decimal 78, 4-speed rotor.
Low 21,000 feet. Everything's cooled down, but you can see, look, still with the residual heat, look, it's still 46 degrees, even though it's minus 32 outside. Takes a while to cool down. Yeah, I think we've been lucky. It doesn't look like there's too much holding. There might be some holding at Heathrow, actually. Oh, it's could be busy.
For navigation, direct impact, speed for 612.
Packet 01, Charlie, contact London Shore 133.175.
133.175, Alpaca 01 Charlie, bye.
$50, $40.
Thanks
30,
a lot, Alex Crawford, for your
20,
donation. I need to turn it off for a
10.
second, that's for sure. I'll just let that read that before I check in. Thank you.
Hey Captain, I'm about to take my check ride. Which part did you sweat more? The oral or the flight exam?
Thank you very much, Alex Crawford, for your $5. The flight exam, by sure. The flight exam, by sure. That was the most stressful part. But best of luck with both of that. Thank you very much for your donation, Alex. And to you, Jonas Let's Plays, thanks for the €2. Just googled Hatton Gap and it's worth the view. Thank you very much for your donation there. Right, anyway, I've just muted alerts, guys, because this is going to require a lot of my attention. London, hello, Alpaca 01 Charlie, descending flight level 130 to be level Hazel.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, London, good evening, descend flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Cool, 80 set. Daniel, great videos with John Hutchison on YouTube, very interesting gentleman. Yes, I've watched some of the videos of Concorde where he took off. He seems like an awesome guy, like a real legend as well. Cool. There we are, inbound to Hazel 130. We should make that restriction. We're going to make a slight right turn to Occam unless we get vectors. And that course 04808 is all tuned.
London Control, good evening, speedbird 9277 with you, level 70, seabed 40. Speedbird 9277, London, good evening.
So that restriction worked quite nicely with that rate of descent. Always be a little bit more conservative. I'm going to actually keep it descending now, actually, just to get to flight level 80. Fuel is actually not as bad as I thought now. That's just been practice, just getting that efficient cruise and climb it in. Flight level 130. Start bringing the speed back to 250 knots now. Kind of game, should you inform about minimum fuel right now? No. You only need to make that call if you think any delay will put you close to your minimum reserve. If we were told to enter a hold now, I'd probably go once around the hold and then tell them. But at the moment, it looks like we should be landing with our final reserves intact. 13 tons. No Snoop, we're going to do that at 250 knots. There we are, now inbound to Ockham. So what I'm going to initially do here is track heading. We're going to go to radio and VOR. There we are. So now the navigation's following the radio, and I'm also, nice little tip for you guys, if you use INS, I've done this on the test sector, so you're getting a few stutters here.
Charlie, stop descent, flight level 90.
Stop descent, flight level 90, Alpaca 01 Charlie. You can actually disable it, and then it stops the stutters, and it still works, still kind of get the information here. Right, stop descent, flight level 90, so that's set. One to go, and, ooh, going a little bit fast. So we're inbound to Ockham, flight level 90, 250 knots. Let's do the post-cruise checks now. So I want to have these incline, taxi lights on. Speed's getting below 250. We'll take the droop snoot down in a second. We're about to level off at flight level 90, out to Choir. Oof, that was close. But yeah, going a little bit too fast with the snoop, the droop snoot at the moment. And there we are, inbound to Ockham. There we are, flight level 90, level off please. 250 knots. Does Concorde have speed brake? No, but you can use the reverses to slow down quickly. Yeah, should have leveled off there. It's a little bit lazy. Are you going to lower the nose? Absolutely, yes. In fact, now we're in the TMA, it would be a good idea to lower those. You hear the increased air noise, there's a little plug-in for that. Increase that visibility.
Bar 4 Foxtrot Echo, London, good evening. Fly
There's London straight ahead.
0 degrees, climb to altitude 6,000 feet.
We have 21 tons of fuel left.
0 degrees, 6,000, bar 4 Foxtrot. Alpaca 01 Charlie, turn left, heading 040 degrees, descend, flight level 80.
Left 040 degrees, descend flight level 80, Alpaca 01 Charlie. So on radar vectors now, out of quiet, and vertical speeds engaged.
Easy 723 London, good evening, climb now, flight level 170. Flight level 170, prediction, easy 73. Good evening, London, bar 179, bar 17 Alpha Golf, London, good evening, climb now, flight level 170. Fly now, 170,
Droop snoots, droop snoots every day.
Bar 17 Alpha Golf, negative, turn left, heading 150 degrees.
So yeah, now we're at the vectors. We can get everything tuned up for 09 left, so... 09 left, so it's 1103.
129.425.
Maybe it doesn't say go straight to Ockham all of a sudden. 1103, course is 089.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, contact Heathrow director frequency, where have they gone? It's 119725, please, goodbye.
119725, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Cheerio.
In fact, Alpaca 01 Charlie, before you go, I should have done this. Not going very well, has it? So, resume navigation direct Ockham, please.
Oh, navigation Ockham, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Damn it! I knew he was going to say that. Damn it. That's completely my fault. So 15.3, and all I'm going to do is fly towards the RMI. So ignoring this at the moment, just looking at the H's right there.
Wrong fuel trim. Should I change
I'm just going to put that straight to landing, guys. engineer.
15 Mike, contact Heathrow Director 120.40, goodbye. Director 104, 15 Mike, yeah.
Heathrow Director, hello, it's Alpaca 01 Charlie, maintaining flight level 80 inbound Ockham.
Alpaca 01 Charlie Heathrow, hello, leave Ockham heading to 90 degrees.
After Ockham, leave Ockham heading to 90 degrees, Alpaca 01 Charlie. That's in the wrong direction, but we'll have to see what the situation is there. I was hoping to go left, not right. Okay, so just again using the RMI to fly direct to the VOR.
In fact, Alpaca 01 Charlie, leave Ockham heading to 80 degrees.
After Ockham heading to 80 degrees, Alpaca 01 Charlie. So I'm just following the RMI at the moment.
Speed 220 knots. Speed 220, low in 137.
That's very nice.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, speed 220 knots.
Speed 220 knots, Alpaca 01 Charlie. So 220, oh yes, quiet. Oh my god, I'm getting lulled up. Yeah, it's left heading 290. Sorry, I was thinking of the runway 27, not yeah. You're right, left 290. So we're just waiting for the RMI needle to swing. Not good for our fuel burn though, 20 tons. Yeah, I was thinking runway 27 in use.
Level 1371, 27
right over the VOR.
09 left, descent altitude.
Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it.
QNH1040.
Is it going to swing?
5000, QNH 1040, login 1371.
Oh, yes, right over the VOR.
Fuel status 20 tons.
Thanks, Jim, down to 20 tons of fuel. Here's our heading of 290 coming in.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, turn left now, heading 275.
Left heading 275 degrees, Alpaca 01 Charlie. So right now it's not quite a minimum fuel call because I'm not going to be landing or close already. There's going to be no further delay. If I expect a further delay where it could perhaps get into my final reserve of 13 tons, I declare minimum fuel. Now I don't know where we are in the sequence, where we're going to get vectored to. Vector to. Did I? Heading was 280. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Jim. But yeah, I think we've done everything else we need to do on the approach checklist. Brake fans on.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, what's your final approach speed, please?
It's going to be 180 knots, Alpaca 01 Charlie.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, roger.
That's very good because he's actually going to be sequencing.
1371, turn
what, 275 now?
23,
What? ATC requested?
40 degrees.
I'm confused. I thought I had 275. What did I do wrong?
Director Shuttle 13 Echo, did you copy our
What is wrong? I did say 275. Now you're really confusing me, guys. Right, radar heading 275, then everyone in chat said 280. What?
20 degrees.
Oh my goodness me. I swear he said it was originally 280 and then he said 275, which is what I did.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, 23 miles, 09 left, descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1040.
It said 5,000 feet, QNH 1040, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Let's go.
Local 1371, descent altitude 4,000
feet, set QNH 1040. Watch the altimeter jump now.
4,000, speed 180, login 137.
700 feet.
Local 1371, thanks, contact Heathrow Director 120.40.
Is set, passing 8,500, 5,000 feet, and the standby altimeter there is one set. And direct Alpaca 01 Charlie, just confirm it's 09 left for landing.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, AFib, runway 09 left.
Excellent. Perfect.
Director Shuttle 1 Echo, just confirm that heading was at 220 or 120.
Look at the sunset, guys. Amazing.
Shuttle 1 Echo, leave Barbados heading 220 degrees. Okay, thank you, 220 Shuttle 13 Echo.
Let's get the ILS tuned, 1103. We have the DME there, so 9 miles. Hopefully it won't turn us base just yet because it'll be a little bit high. It's nerve-wracking. Fuel's down to 18 tons, that's okay.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, contact Heathrow Director 120.40, goodbye.
120.40, Alpaca 01 Charlie, bye. Heathrow Director, good evening, Alpaca 01 Charlie, descending altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1040, speed 220 knots.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, roger, 22 miles for 0 and 9 left.
Perfect.
Local 1371, turn left heading 120 degrees, when established localizer 09 left, descend on the glide
Nice
path.
long final, please, I don't mind.
Heading 120.
But it's quite good he asked me if I find approach speed because he needs to sequence me with conventional traffic.
Descend line 09 left, login 137.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, turn right heading 010 degrees, speed 180 knots.
Right heading 010 degrees, request speed 200 knots if that's okay, Alpaca 01 Charlie.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, speed 200 knots.
At 200 knots, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Sorry, just confirm that heading again.
010.
010 degrees, thanks, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Good, I don't want to go...
Alpaca 01 Charlie, just confirm your approach speed, so that'll be 180 knots.
8 firm, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Cool. 180 is okay. It was a little bit too slow though, because if I'm on a high bank turn, I don't want to get much below the back of the drag curve here. So 200 is the kind of like as slow as I want to go at this phase here. I don't want to go much slower.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, descends to altitude 4,000 feet.
Descend 4,000 feet, Alpaca 01 Charlie. I need to get lower than that, because we're going on to a 13-mile final.
Login 1371, we're localizer established, 09 left.
So it's getting me behind a Logan there. There's Heathrow to the right.
Difficult.
Yeah, our final approach speed is going to be 180 anyway, so we'll leave it at that. Looking good. 18 tons if we go around.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, descends to altitude 3,000 feet, turn right heading 060 degrees.
Turn 3,000 feet and right heading 060 degrees, Alpaca 01 Charlie.
Logan Air 1371, speed 160 knots or greater until 40
Oh, look at that one dot on the glide. Amazing! So happy!
01 Charlie, when established localizer 09 left, descend on the glide path.
And when established 09 left, descend on the glide, Alpaca 01 Charlie. So good,
Alpaca
guys!
01 Charlie, you're able to reduce to 180 knots now.
If reducing 180 knots, Alpaca 01 Charlie. I'd appreciate another 10 degrees left, otherwise it'll be quite a short final.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, roger 050 to establish.
050 degrees to established, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Yeah, that was looking a little bit shallow for that intercept, so it kind of taken us onto a shorter final. Right, we cleared approach.
Contact Heathrow Tower 118.7. Bye-bye.
118.7.
Get that up here. I'm really not worried about ground, just want to get on the ground. We cleared approach, so I'm going to arm Vorlock. There we are. Is it going to turn sometimes on testing? It didn't turn. It's not going to do it. No, why does it not turn? I don't know. Oh, is it? Oh, it is turning. It's very late. Oh, right. There's 180 knots. Troop snoot down. Going to select gear down at glide slope capture. Level off at 3,000. That's fine. Alpaca 01 Charlie, localised, established. 09 left.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, roger.
And glide. Please take it. Yes, it's armed. It's worked today. Sometimes it doesn't work. Is it gonna? Yes, glide slope capture. I'm gonna select gear down before I forget. Gear down. Troop snoots down. Alpaca 01 Charlie, fully established. 180 knots, approaching 8 miles.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, roger. No speed restriction. Tower 118.7.
Free speed tower 1187. Alpaca 01 Charlie, face ATC, sir. Bye. There we are, over to tower, guys. We're good. 17 tons. If we have to go around, it will be a Mayday fuel call, or a minimum fuel call initially. But we're all established, looking good here.
Good 15, make right Alpha, contact ground 121.85.
Alpha 121.85.
Heathrow Tower, good evening. Alpaca 01 Charlie's ILS 09 left, approaching 6 miles.
Logan 1371, winds 100 degrees at 3 knots, runway 09 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 09
Right,
left.
so...
Alpaca 01 Charlie, runway 09 left, surface winds 100 degrees at 3 knots, continue approach number 2.
Continue approach, Alpaca 01 Charlie. So Logan is ahead of us, he's just been cleared to land. Obviously, remember, he's going at 130 knots, we're at 180. We've got 5 miles to go, we'll do a little landing checklist. So gears down, 4 green, we've got the troop snoot fully down. We're at our final approach speed of 180 knots. I'm going to leave the automation in right till the last minute, keep everything stable, make my life as easy as possible. We're just waiting for our landing clearance, ladies and gentlemen. at London in the distance. Oh, better get the missed approach altitude set, 3,000 feet. You have to go around off 09 left, it's climb straight ahead, 1,500 feet, left turn, 036 till 3,000 feet. What a lovely evening to go flying. Look at all the track. It's just like London in normal times, right? Oh, he should be fine vacating. Hope he takes the next high speed. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is not an easy aircraft to land. Oh dear. Right, the thrust I need to get matched up. Just gonna wait for my landing clearance, guys.
Logan 161, vacated runway 09 left.
Where's my landing clearance? Too much pressure.
Autopilot off, auto throttle off.
My controls.
Africa 01 Charlie, Room 09 left, service winds 100 degrees at 3 knots, clear to land.
09 left, clear to land, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Landing clearance in, clear to land.
Logan 1371, contact ground
Right
121
at the end. Minimums, continue. We've got 16 tons of fuel.
121.85.
A little bit low, a bit high on the speed. Keep sending now.
100.
Whoa, what happened to my speed? Oh, it's my auto throttle.
50 feet. 40.
What happened to the speed at the end?
20.
Oh my days, come on, come on. Come on. Oh my god, oh, that was probably a go around. I don't really care, guys. Reverse, just want to float. My speed shot up. Oh, right, nose down, full reverse. Oh my days. It was the noise on my thrust lever. It just moved a tiny bit. It went from 80 to... I went from 180 to 200 knots. Oh, well, we're down. Not bad for Concorde. 100 knots, I can now start braking manually. And we'll take the next exit on the right. 80 knots. I reverse. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to London Heathrow with 15 tons of fuel remaining. 13. That's about 35 minutes of flight time. Oh. Right, let's stow the reverse. We'll take the next right here. Whoa, that was nerve-wracking, that was. I'm very happy though, very happy with how that went. Apart from the speed jumping up, that was just my joystick. Oh my, oh my. Alpaca 01 Charlie's firmly vacated. No towers. Oh, what's that guy doing? What a departure that was. Oh, have we lost the tower?
Alpaca 01 Charlie, thanks, contact ground 121 decimal... let me double check, 0121 decimal 85, goodbye.
12185, Alpaca 01 Charlie, thanks to ATC sir, bye. There we are. Over to ground. I didn't plan for this, because I thought it'd be a miracle if we got to this stage. Oh my goodness, so much noise.
Go ahead, 35.
It's probably telling me I've got no fuel left.
Oh, go ahead, please. Okay, Swiss 35, taxi Bravo, hold Oscar.
What is all these noises going on?
Say again, for
Thank you.
65.
Just going to make a slight left here to vacate.
Taxi Bravo, hold shoot up Oscar, 635.
Romeo Golf India 66, take call, sir.
I'll try and get in, guys.
626.
I like the traits. Regio 626, give way to a Swiss, A319, passing left to right Bravo. Follow him, right Bravo, hold Oscar.
There's a bit of a float guy, yeah, that was probably a go around, but with that fuel situation, I was kind of committed to landing. Yeah, I'm not going to put any excuses in there, but the speed was all stable, and then I moved the thrust slightly, and you can't tell the speed went to 200 knots, so that's why I floated so much.
Speedbird 6,
Oh, I can't get in here. Just going to slowly go forward here onto Alpha, that's the most likely way we'll go. Heathrow ground, good evening, Alpaca 01 Charlie, vacated 09 left on Lima, request taxi to T4 Victor.
Alpaca 01 Charlie.
Ground Speedbird 7001, request taxi.
Speedbird 7001, hello taxi Charlie, Charlie 1.
Charlie 1, Speedbird 7001.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, say again.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, standby.
Roger. Perfect. I'll turn the alerts off. I'll read chat in a bit, guys. I'm still a bit It's a little bit jittery for that flight. It was awesome fun though. 28, so Alpha, next right, and then over right onto Link 28, got it. Not familiar with Heathrow. Alpha, Link 28, November Bravo 1.
That is 424
So
sound.
usually when you complete a flight, you do, or in the approach phase, or the briefing phase, you do a full briefing on your taxi routine. That's something I didn't cover because I thought it would always be a miracle if I got to this stage. Oh dear, but now I know where I'm going.
Lufthansa 155, second right turn Alpha, hold short of Echo.
So there's Alpha. Link 28 is going to be there, and then we want to hold short at November Bravo 1. So it's actually going to be a left turn onto Link
Lufthansa
28.
155, second right Alpha, hold short of Echo. Second right Alpha, hold
But like real life controllers, this happens as well. The same with the fantasy controllers. They presume you've been to Heathrow every day of your life, and they know exactly where you're going. Ah, what a lovely sunset flight that was. But yeah, the approach was lovely. We're happy with how that flown, but yeah, it was around 150 feet. Speed was good. I just moved the thrust, which wasn't quite lined up with the exact thrust setting, so I moved it slightly, and it shot the speed up from 180 to 200. Like, whoa! So there's a little limitation with desktop sims and the joystick. About to get to 15 tons of fuel.
I was asking what the squawk was, because it's changed about 3 times so far. Okay, don't worry about it. I'll change it to suit you. Just 995, straight ahead, Bravo, hold shut of Echo.
Oh yeah, kill 1 and 4, boss. You're right, Andy H1302. Thank you. Oh, no, that's the, right. That's the reheats, but they should be off anyway. There we go.
C712, your stand number, please.
There, look, that's where the Concorde is. Look, very cool.
C712, push that approved face out. Lufthansa 155, monitor ground 121850. 12185,
Very nice. Very calm and surreal. So we're all the way to where Concorde used to taxi, park as well. Yeah, that was. I think we came in just at the right time. There's a lot of arrivals into Heathrow, but obviously a lot of them are quite far away. When you guys started saying yes, there was like 50, 60 arrivals into Heathrow, I was like, uh-oh, now I'm in trouble. But we were quite lucky when we came in, because they were all quite far away.
Start face south,
Right, there's our clearance limits.
Charlie Papa 01, Charlie, contact tower 118.5.
118.5, Alpaca 01, Charlie, bye. Oh, we went Victor Charlie Papa. Right, there's the whole point. Just get right there, we'll set the parking brake. There we are. Perfect.
That's 107. Give way to British Airways 787 from the right, then hold November Bravo 11.
Give way to the British Airways from the right and then hold at November Bravo 11, just 107.
So use this chart still, I think. Tower, hello again, it's Alpaca 01 Charlie at hold point November Bravo 1 at 27 left.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, cross runway 09 right now.
Okay, cross 09 right, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Cleared across. Yes, those brakes are probably red hot.
We get 7 to 6 behind departing Swift.
Oh, Navigraph charts are up.
Right behind.
Thanks, guys.
After departing Swift, line up runway 09 right and wait behind Regio 626. Regio 77, contact London 133.175. Good evening. 133.175, Regio 77. Bye bye.
Very cool.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, contact ground again 121.9. Bye bye.
Tower 121.9, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Damn Heathrow.
Swift 35, runway 09 right, clear takeoff, clear to car. B712, second right Alpha, hold short on
Better keep moving actually, because my tail might still be over the runway.
Second on Alpha, plus X, ground Alpaca 46 and Alpha.
Should do visual checks before crossing, you're quite right, Cola Gates.
Alpaca 46, ground, right Lima for 248. Right Lima for 248, Alpaca 46.
Ground hello again, Alpaca 01 Charlie.
Alpaca 01 Charlie, hello Victor. In fact, Sierra hold short of Victor.
Sierra hold short of Victor, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Okay, so take the next right, which is onto Sierra, and then we're going to hold short of Victor.
Go to Terminal 4. Yeah, you can do. Alpha, Link 28, hold November Bravo 1.
Ah, there you go, there's Freckles behind us.
Alpha, Link 28, November Bravo 1, Alpha 46.
This is where we want to park, guys.
Peaceful ground, Shamrock 249 at
There's an aircraft taking off on
request pushback and startup, please.
Very cool. Been a long time since you actually been to Heathrow on any stream. So we just past Nessie, I love that. Make a slight right and a left and Victor be the next left.
Shamrock 249, request pushback and startup,
Ah,
please.
look, there's a Curtis Concorde already here.
T49, push start approved. Push and start approved, Shamrock 249.
To overshoot those lines, and then we'll just hold short of Victor.
Heathrow, hello, good evening, 325, stand 217, type Barbados 321, ready for push start. 5325 ground hello, push start approved.
Very sensitive, this tiller. It's a bit delayed. So hold short of Victor, yeah, there's a aircraft taxiing out, look. Well, we're gonna get there, guys, I promise. For the sake of realism, we'll keep at it. Oh, yeah. Good job I signed that parking brake.
50, 40,
thank you very much, Colligation, for £5.
20, 10.
A $5 for your ability to do 50 things at once. Love your content, my dude.
Oh, thank you very much, Cola Games. That's very, very kind. Appreciate the donation there. Yeah, I mean, it's a busy aircraft, got a lot doing on there. I'm overall very happy with the entire flight. Everything worked well for the efficiency of the fuel burn.
Alpaca 01 Charlie left into Victor for 424.
Left Victor for stand 424, Alpaca 01 Charlie. Yeah, what I should have done
46, contact Hub 118.
is actually say, yeah, we're at Victor now, but I presumed that KLM was coming out, but it looks like we'll be free. Yeah, it's very kind Cola Games. Just a bit of practice. I've been practicing quite a bit for this sector. I don't know how well I did, and compared to say the real Concorde operation, I don't think very well at all. Probably missed most steps, but on my own with my experience as a skipper, yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it went. Landing though, was, yeah, that was not great. But I'll put it down to the fact that it just added a shed load of thrust just came on in the flare because it caught up with the position of my thrust lever on my joystick. But anyway, better actually check where this stand is. 424. Oops, it's on the left. There it is, 424 next on the left. There's
Find a 958 ground.
a KLM just about to taxi out. And then we'll take the next left.
$50, $40, $30, $20.
Thank you very much, Michael Calder, for the $4.50. Very kind of you. Oh my goodness, I can't line up Concorde.
You've earned yourself a beer. Morning from Mouse.
Thank you very much, Michael from Aussie World, Aussie Lad. Thank you so much for your donation. Very, very kind. And good morning to you in Australia. I'll be definitely drinking a beer tonight. Very happy with that entire sector. Now, unfortunately, this stand doesn't have any gate guidance. Oh, I'll just have to hold it there. Sorry, guys, for the lack of realism with that one. Right, cool. Let's get the parking brake set. Well, there we go. Thank you, Michael. Very kind. Right, so we're on stand. Now, I know the droop snoot should be up. However, we're going to watch the replay, obviously, aren't we? And if you retract it, it's retracted for the replay. So I'm actually going to extend it. I know at this stage you would retract it. For all you super realists out there, super realistic people out there, we'll retract the taxi lights. Still burning fuel at this very moment. Why is the checklist not coming up? Okay, that's strange. There we are. So we did all this checklist, after landing checklist, taxi turn off, lights off, reversers off, fuel trim to ground, yes.
Fuel trim to ground.
Thanks, Jim. Jimothy. Seatbelt sign off, no smoking off, not just yet. Request ground power unit, so we get that connected. Again, I'm not going to do that because I don't want that on the replay, so it shouldn't power down with the way it's all set up at the moment. Parking brakes set, throttles to idle, hydraulic pumps come off. Again, I'll leave that for the replay to make sure everything works correctly. Generators we then turn off. Bleed air valve shut. High pressure valves we can now shut as well. So there we are. Engine 1, 2 and 3 shut down. And you definitely need to listen outside of Thanks, Steve. Thanks a lot, Steve Mayer,
20,
for the £5. Very kind,
10.
sir. I knew you guys would like the sound of that.
Excellent stream, boss. Get something for Jack on me.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Steve Mayer. Jack has been well looked after. Oh, look, there's... I just need to point out that's Freckles, another Concorde pilot from the Discord member who's just come in there. Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, we'll make sure Jack is well catered for as well. Thank you so much for your donation. Glad you enjoyed this stream. I thoroughly enjoyed it as well, even though, oh god, there's so much could have gone wrong, but so much went right. I'm very happy with everything, right up to the landing. But hey, you guys who fly this aircraft know how challenging it is. But I'm very, very happy with everything, how it went. Right, we're finally on stand. I'm going to have a little read back of the messages here. Plainly said VS to finesse. Yes, it was true. How's flight sim bingo going? I think we've got some keywords here. Gear down. I did remember it this time. P-test. Brilliant. You're very confident with your landing rates here. Minus 170, minus 180. It was actually quite good in the end, but that was mostly down to the fact I kept floating down the runway. I can feel a go-around coming, said Tom Sankey. Yes, so in hindsight, of course, a go-around would have been the best option. I was way beyond the touchdown zone there. But with this amount of fuel, 14.5 tons, remember, the final reserve fuel is 13 tons. We left Barbados with maximum fuel. We could not get a single kilo extra into the tanks. That just shows you how tight this is. We had no delays, straight from Ockham, vectors onto the approach. Yeah, it just shows you it's super tight. This is one of the shortest ranges we could achieve. So with this gross weight, it could be easy to take an extra 10 tons of fuel to being comfortable. Flash the lights at him. Oh dear, man. Interesting taxi instructions. F. Oh dear. Get your Fred Flintstone feet out. Thanks, Anthony. I'm just happy to be in. Oh dear. One awesome flight. Thank you very much, Andy H1302. Very much enjoyed that one. Telling you the brakes aren't on. Yeah, it was beeping at me, but I think it's because I overcooked the brakes there. Then we had the taxi in. That was a nice long taxi. And yeah, on the stand we were. Fantastic. That's not much fuel left though for this aircraft. Wow, that is literally 14 tons. It's, if you're flying around still now at holding altitude at 5,000 feet, we've got 40 minutes left of fuel before the engines flame out. There you go. Right, that's it for today. What a stream that was, really enjoyable. I think, of course, it's worthwhile saying to all the controllers that came on with that sim, thanks a lot for the fantastic ATC. Oh, look at the look at the aircraft coming in. Very busy event. Look at all the traffic here. Everyone's got their PMDG 777s, haven't they? The update they're all making their way on their massive long sectors. Anyway, we'll disconnect off VATSIM. Thank you very much, Explained, for the stability. No crashes. Everything worked out well. Hi, Jack. Marianne is coming as well, as usual. So, yeah, fantastic. Well done to AV and Freckles as well. A little shout out for you. Thanks a lot for joining in on the sector. And I see that Freckles made it down, and I hope you made it down safely as well, AV. So thanks a lot, guys. Sweet. Let's call it a day. And we'll turn the music off down here. And of course, we'll cue now the funky replay music, which is now great. My iPad, my Streamlabs iPad, it's just crashed, so I'm going to have to go onto actual Streamlabs itself. Professional streamer here, looking for funky replay music. Oh, it's actually playing, but why is that not actually on? Oh, my days. How embarrassing. There we go. Right, there we go. Right, let's actually look at how bad this landing was then. Well, just imagine if I clicked all the way back here, we'd find ourselves in Barbados again. There we are. Right, let's actually watch it from here initially. So music settings in the background here. Yeah, so this is looking really nice. Still have the automation here. I think I just about disconnected at this point. And we're coming in here, looking good. Now what happened was, it was all looking really nice and stable and fast, and then all of a sudden I made a slight adjustment on my joystick, on my thrust, to kind of like match with the thrust setting, but it went completely berserk, because I added loads of speed instead. Just music down slightly, so you watch this. I don't know if this is actually showing the replay speed. Look, the speed was looking really nice. There was minimums, and then all of a sudden I made a slight adjustment on the thrust, and watch the speed. Oh, it's not going to do it on the replay. There it goes. Look, 186. It just went all the way up to 200 knots. That ballooned me. I'm now going 30 knots too fast, and then I finally closed it, and then I'm trying to smooth out. So I should have touched down there, but then because of that extra speed I got from the thrust, jumping on my joystick, that kind of ballooned me, and it was actually a buttery landing. So yeah, I went from doing a nice steady 180 knots. There it was. Look at the thrust come back, 93, 94, and then speed just went poof. Look at it accelerate. That balloons me and screws up my landing. So that's my excuse anyway. The noise on my joystick. Oh, that could have been so much better.
Contact.
Right, let's have a look at that for the threshold. Oh my goodness me, so much runway used. Yeah, the noises don't work, the audio doesn't work unfortunately in this view. But there we go. What a noise that would have been, even with the reheats off coming on approach. So yeah, I got ballooned because of that extra thrust. Here comes the flare. But because of that thrust, look, it really doesn't want to descend. And I've got that extra speed now, so when I check, look, it wants to float. That wasn't the best, and I just held the attitude and just left it there. Was I actually outside the touchdown zone? I think just about. So we need to really be on the ground by this point here. The audio's a bit broken on the go around. Whoa. And then I ballooned. Yeah, a little bit beyond it. Have I touched down yet? Oh no, I think I might have just touched down in it. Just about legal, just by the slimmest of margins. Let's do one more replay view from here. See, there's the balloon from the excess speed. Oh, it was just outside the touchdown zone, I think. Boom. At least the tail didn't smack into the ground. It's not easy to land this aircraft. Well, there we are. Well, another successful Flight Deck Sim live stream. Well, as ever, thank you to everyone that took part in this epic adventure in Concorde today. Lots of world records in Flight Deck Sim live streams broken today. Longest flight by duration, not longest flight by time, but fastest speeds, fastest altitudes, all been broken today. Least fuel endurance on landing. Oh, it's been absolutely wonderful. I hope you all enjoyed the video. Don't forget to smash the thumbs up as well. Subscribe if you're new to the channel to stay up to date with the latest content. To all the members, thank you so much for the continued support. I hope you enjoyed this one. When I take part in that race later on Discord, I'll let you guys know. I think it starts in 10 minutes. Probably not. I need a break from the PC. And to all the regular viewers and subscribers, thank you so much for turning up and taking part in today's live stream. Stay safe out there. It's going to be a few days until I stream again, because I'm actually back to work next week, which is great. In preparation, hopefully, for some flying with the pandemic. Looks like we're on the road out of this thing, so fingers crossed for that. And as ever, to all you people out there, stay safe. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you all soon. Bye-bye for now.
100. 50 feet. 40. 20. Contact. Reverser deployed. Reverser retracted.